To order the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting for Thursday, April 24th, 2025. This is a special meeting. And John, has this meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Nope.
Very good. All right, I have some chair remarks. So the last few minutes of our last meeting, a 5-hour meeting, our civility broke down. And let me read you a quote from our procedures. The select board members shall act as an example and treat colleagues and members of the public professionally and with respect and courtesy, performing their duties with honesty, care, diligence, professionalism, impartiality, and integrity. So the general civility that we ask of all in attendance, the select board should serve as a model. And I've said before, this is a public meeting of the select board, which means this is a working meeting, first and foremost, where we always listen to the public and the public can hear our conversation. It's not a performative exercise. It's not kabuki theater. It's governing in real time. Naturally, with a new body coming together at such an important time, there may be difficult conversations. I ask that my colleagues take heart, and there are two avenues that are generally open to each of us to gain composure. Both are common measures for reducing pressure. One is to ask for a point of order, and the other is to ask for a recess if extra time is needed. I would also like to remind my colleagues, please come prepared. If the select board members are asked to state their budget ideas in a public forum, please do so. Don't do so in a private email. We conduct our meetings and bring our ideas to a public meeting for public discussion. Further, the chair has the responsibility to decide whether a topic is germane to the issue at hand. I'm going to be hyper-vigilant about the issue of germaneness and also the issue of repetitiveness, and to state that we're governing now. We are no longer in campaign mode. A certain amount of leeway is naturally given to the new members and the new complement of the board, and also leeway is given to the function of the late hour of these meetings, these very long meetings. However, our work must come first, and as we have seen, the budget is a reflection of many elements of our town. Let's try to take the emotion out and the name-calling out, and certainly no personal attacks. And I quote from the charter, "Select board members shall serve the best interests of the town, regardless of their personal interests, using sound judgment and taking into consideration all available information, circumstances, and resources." Thank you very much. John, do you have remarks?
Yes, I had a couple. Just follow up from your meeting on Tuesday night. We had Isaac, you had a question about speed enforcement, and I got some follow-up information from Chief Hardy on that. So traffic enforcement may cover any number of traffic safety measures, not just speed enforcement. And it's considered a normal patrol function for any officer who's on duty, and it doesn't create any extra cost for the department when we are participating in that. Brattleboro very purposefully does not have quotas, nor do we set up speed traps. That does not happen. There are, however, directed patrols, and those do occur, and they're typically in response to complaints from the public. They have concerns in their neighborhood. They would like to get them addressed, or from observations that the officers make themselves. So that could be like if they see a lot of cell phone use happening in an area, or there's a high collision rate, or something that the Traffic Safety Committee's been discussing, then they would do a directed patrol to that area. Traffic enforcement outside of normal duty may also be done when the department is participating with the Governor's Highway Patrol Task Force, and that is a safety campaign around intoxication and around seatbelt use that happens from time to time. And that does not cost the department or the town any money because that's all paid for through the governor's budget. So. There's also was a question from last time about several police department services from Heidi Fisher, and that I think Assistant Chief Evans answered that during a break to Ms. Fisher, but basically the services she was asking about were spread across numerous people, and they differ a little bit in who's doing what aspect. One that was asked about was the collaborating of emergency response personnel and outreach teams. That's a task that virtually all police department staff are engaged in, since whether they're on a call, when they're on a call, they need to be able to make those connections. It can't really be compressed into just one position, because identifying the need for services is something that may happen in any case or any interaction. On the service about overseeing mental health personnel, the number given estimates the hours that any supervisor across the work group may be required to oversee the deployment and the safety of the embedded mental health personnel that have been a great assistance to Brattleboro calls recently, and that's the partnership we have with HCRS. It also includes an estimate of the number of hours that a dispatcher may need to expend receiving calls and then deploying the embedded mental health practitioners to the scene. Finally, Chief Hardy has asked to remind everyone that she cannot answer detailed operational questions in a public forum like this, and she appreciates everyone's understanding about that.
Great. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Do any of my colleagues wish to make a comment or have committee reports? All right, then. Amanda.
I thought other people were going to say things. Okay, I will. Is my microphone on? No. Oh, great. I'm glad I asked. My microphone is on. I want to thank I'm going to read from something. I want to thank our Brattleboro Police Department and the Fire Department for their excellent presentations on Tuesday. The presentations were sobering and gave us a clear picture of the severity of drugs in our community and of the importance of first responders that are working on a 24-hour service basis. I want to reiterate that the time is now to support these departments so that we can move beyond our current crisis and into building our community in positive ways. We can do both at the same time, and I'm completely dedicated to doing what we can as a select board to appeal to our voters, to support these programs, and also to appeal to RTM to consider them. Of course, it's everyone's individual decision, but I wanted to make my position clear. I do understand people's resistance to the idea of police, and perhaps people who have lived in other communities where it's an oppressive force. But I will say that I am impressed and proud of what our town is doing in terms of community-based policing, social work, and outreach to get people their needs cared for in a kind and gentle and also accountable fashion. So I just wanted to say the time's now, and thank you.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Anyone else? All right, let's move on to public participation. And again, these are comments that the public may have that is not associated with tonight's budget redevelopment. And so if the library is part of the budget redevelopment question, I ask that library comments be directed to the regular business topic. So, does anyone have public participation comment that is not directed to the library? I see Robin Morgan.
Thank you, Liz. I just wanted to say something about this meeting in general. And I know that the select board is in a very uncomfortable time crunch trying to get this budget together on such a short timeline, and that creates a really frequent, extremely long meetings, and it's understandable that folks are feeling stressed, tired, and not just the select board members, but community members too. and we're talking about some really emotional topics. I just wanted to encourage everybody to remember that everyone is here, select board members, staff, and community members, because we all share the same goal, which is an affordable budget that supports our community's well-being. And while we may have differences of opinion about how to get there, we all are working together for the same thing. So I hope that everyone will be able to hear each other's comments tonight and assume best intentions and find our common ground and work together in a positive and constructive way. Also, I think that when we're in these really long meetings and people's blood sugar drops, that can lead us to not be our best selves. So I brought snacks to share tonight, and if anybody needs something, come find me.
That's very sweet. Thank you, Robin. Anyone else?
It's all about the snacks.
Great. All right, let's get to it. Today's budget news is really disappointing. And,
Liz, there is a consent agenda.
oh, I'm sorry. What do you know? Consent agenda. Road naming near Maple and Guilford Street. John?
Yes, so apologies for sneaking in a consent item on here, but this was a pressing matter for the people involved. If you approve the consent agenda, you'll be approving the naming of 2 new private driveways at 0 Guilford Street. They'll be named Sparrow Drive and Cardinal Lane, and this is for E911 purposes.
Well, I don't know if anyone is objecting to the bird names.
Was Finch considered?
Great. Does anyone want to discuss that matter? Does anyone want to make a motion concerning the consent agenda?
I'll motion that we accept consent agenda as presented.
Great. Peter has moved to accept the consent agenda as presented. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Great, that passes 5-0. Now, as I was saying, today's budget news is disappointing, and of course I worry and I lose sleep, but that's not my job, or all of our jobs. We as a select board need to take the emotion out and think hard about all the factors that constitute a municipal government, to be thoughtful in our work and take action that is our job. So let me begin by asking John to introduce the topic.
Sure. Oh,
Solid waste?
yeah.
Yes?
There's so there's two subsections to the budget tonight. One is you had originally, we're going to talk about solid waste a couple of meetings ago, but we didn't have enough time for that, I think, so it got moved out to this date. So I would start with that if the board wants, and just give a brief overview of kind of how we got there on the solid waste decision that's in this budget. So when the current fiscal '25 budget was being put together, we were secure in a 2011 contract with Triple T, solid waste provider, Triple T. That during the year that last year, that became clear that Triple T would not be continuing their business, and that Casella Waste Systems would be acquiring that company, and along with that company, their contract with the town of Brattleboro. When we learned this, the town staff went to the select board to discuss what our options were, and the select board wanted to learn what interest there was in the marketplace for people to provide waste services to the town. And they authorized staff to solicit a request for qualifications to learn that. The request for qualifications went out, and town staff reached out to a number of providers really before that went out, but just to gauge their interest in providing services and to build a list of companies that went to, which was quite long. But in the end, only one company replied to our request for qualifications, and that was Casella Waste Systems. So we knew that our contract was ending June 30th of last year, and Casella said that they would honor the terms of that agreement. In fact, they agreed to continue on a month-to-month basis on those same terms as long as we could get to a contract relatively quickly. They told us at the time that their costs were exceeding the triple T rates by a significant amount, and they were losing money every week that they were providing service to Brattleboro. We spent around this time, we were talking with the board, and they decided that they want us to reach out in the community to find out what people valued in terms of a solid waste contract. So the staff spent a great deal of time and a lot of effort talking with people. We held 4 separate listening sessions, which were very productive, and asked people what they wanted from a new solid waste contract. There was strong interest expressed across the board in continuing recycling and organics, as well as whatever incentives we could do to keep the trash stream down. In October of last year, several solid waste options were presented to the Select Board with a cost comparison, and that was discussed. And the Select Board ultimately chose to move forward with a contract with Casella for every other week trash and recycling every other week and organics weekly. The board authorized the staff to execute a 5-year contract with Casella starting January 1st of this year. Based on the Select Board's approval, Casella was able to move forward to order the automated trucks, which have a really long lead time to acquire them so that they can be delivered in time to do a transition over to the automatic collection system, which they insisted on using in our contract. The plan is to start the automated system in early 2026. So in the end, I can go through all of the numbers if the board wants, but basically what we got was the most affordable option. We realized that it's significantly higher than what people have been accustomed to paying in Brattleboro, and that it's going to hurt to have to pay an additional amount in property taxes to cover the waste collection. But it is less in taxes than contracting everyone on their own, and that was one of the things that the Select Board discussed. We are and have been looking to the future to try to find alternatives towards the end of this current contract that are less expensive. And we're hopeful that whether it's bringing in other competition or finding other ways to address the needs, that we could do that in a more cost-effective manner. Recently, based on ideas from the Select Board, we've had some conversations with Casella, and they may be interested in some amendments or some changes to our approach, particularly with respect to West Brattleboro. There are a lot of details to work out, but the one possibility is that we do some sort of transfer station. We need to find a location. We would need to probably hire some staff to attend that. Basically, Casella is telling us that those situations without an attendant don't seem to work very well, and also have set hours for that. So that's one thing that we're continuing to explore and would hope to perhaps get some savings, but we don't have an idea yet what that could be enough to put in any budget adjustments. So it could be that we end up moving forward. You could continue to move forward with this budget, but then potentially find some savings during the year in that area, those lines. So that's really everything I have on the solid waste recap. I'm happy to answer any questions or take any guidance.
Who would like to lead the discussion? Anyone?
Well, I can just ask a question. The transfer station, the transfer station piece of this is intriguing. My concern was before you even mentioned that we might have to hire people to staff it. It sort of sounds like we are just saving money on a contract, but putting money back in to pay people? Am I understanding that correctly?
We would have to look at the cost benefit of it. So if the concession from Casella was large enough to cover those costs, then it could make sense. If it's not, then you might want to think differently. But I would certainly bring back the details of any changes to the board, and you can figure out whether you want to move forward with something like that. So.
I'll speak to this issue. It's exciting that there could be a more hopeful outcome than the 1.4 million contract. More time to explore it is necessary with a possible negotiation opening, which is exciting, and thank you, John. In addition to more information. So my recommendation at this point is to not spend a lot of time on the solid waste issue at this meeting, but to revisit it at the next meeting, or a combination of both. Some now, but also the budget redevelopment piece is huge. This is a player in it. Could potentially be some cost savings, which will be helpful to our analysis. So that's my perspective right now.
And I would just say that it's unlikely that by next Tuesday I'll have any further information on this, but potentially your May 6th meeting or sometime in May, I might have something to bring back.
Okay.
Yep.
So in our budget processing then, that's okay? We can, if that's, turns out to be we hire a person to watch the transfer station and it's a significant savings, we can still work that into the budget. We still have that time?
I would say potentially, but I would not necessarily count on it. And what I was suggesting was you could look at it as move forward with this budget here, but if we're able to work out a savings plan that you like, then we would have had a higher tax rate than is necessary, but that savings potentially could go to the reserve or something like that. I mean, that is one way to look at it.
That surplus we've been working with.
You could
because of
yep.
like the half-staffed police department that we've been kind of
Similar.
similar, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
So may I also say that I wouldn't get fixated on hiring someone to operate a transfer station. I think it's up to John to talk with department heads and current staff within one of our departments to see if that can fit into the outline, whether it's DPW or something like that. But that's up to John. So, say if transfer stations don't have to be open every day of the week, they can be open on a Saturday or a Wednesday for certain hours, open closing with a lock on a dumpster, for example. And this potential, I think, was discussed just for trash and not the organics or the recycling. Am I right?
No, we were talking about all three streams.
All three?
Yep.
Oh, even more exciting.
Yep.
Love it.
Because it would eliminate
The trucks.
the trucks.
Right.
Okay, but I think it involves a further discussion and maybe more. I mean, this is kind of late breaking news, so I think that we just have to not discuss it. And I think there's a lot not known right now, but it is a possibility, which is exciting. And secondly, more departments need to be kind of weigh in on it as well.
I also would caution us all because what we are discussing is actually a contract with an outside firm, and those negotiations are held in executive session, and then we would report out on what our policies and findings are. So let's just keep mindful of that. And on that same track, I did get an email today, and I'm sure all the select board did, from some contractor, and I would just like to caution my colleagues not to entertain any conversations with independent contractors and refer them to the town manager's office. We're talking about solid waste. The one thing that I would like to bring up in these future discussions is that in our previous discussions on solid waste, equity was paramount, and that we needed to make sure that all members of the community would have access to whatever a trash collection policy. So I would add that as a factor in our deliberations about any transfer station and any solid waste removal in the geographic area that is West Brattleboro. Anyone else have comments on the solid waste question before we move along? And yes, Oscar?
Just two quick comments. The equity issue, I mean, I think what we're talking about is that there would be less or no service to some areas of town, and instead they would use the transfer station, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
But presumably those people would still be paying, the property tax burden would be shared everywhere, right?
That is
So
correct.
That's something
Yeah.
we'd want to make sure
What
West
I-
Brattleboro was.
What I understand as equity is the ability to all members of the community to be able to access the transfer station.
And then the other, I just wanted to thank Amanda for pushing this forward. I don't think I had a ton of optimism that there was room here, and it's really great that you've been moving that forward, so thank you.
Well, we'll see.
Well,
Got to
still.
keep trying. We're
No
keep-
pressure. Okay, so I just, we need to, I guess, leave that with our town manager, and he should notify us as when he's able to get back to us in a timely fashion. And is there someone on Zoom?
Yep, there's Moss Kaler on Zoom with a comment.
Okay.
Camera. Okay. Hi. I know this is a very expensive part of the budget and it's going to go up regardless, but I know that the select board like to keep the costs down where they can. And I'm not as familiar with the budget as it's drawn up as you folks are, but if I understand it correctly, there is still a revenue source listed for pay-as-you-throw bags. I know that pay-as-you-throw was controversial when it first started, but has been embraced by the town and brings in, I believe it's like $230,000 to the coffers. If pay-as-you-throw goes by the board and is not a part of our trash collection system anymore, then the tonnage of trash is going to go up. Recycling is going to go down to some degree. Compost will go down to some degree. And the amount of waste that goes in the landfill will go up, which the residents pay for. So the revenue of pay-as-you-throw bags will go down and the cost of trash will go up. I believe that the way to go is to continue to enforce the pay-as-you-throw system and require that residents use pay-as-you-throw bags. I know this poses a predicament or a difficulty with the large curbside containers with a lid and the drivers not being able to observe or easily observe whether those containers contain pay-as-you-throw bags or not. I don't have time in my 3 minutes to get into the details of how I believe that we can continue to enjoy the benefits of pay-as-you-throw, both the environmental benefits and the economic benefits. And I would be happy to speak with John Potter or select board members or in a brainstorming session to talk about some ideas about how this can work, because I believe it absolutely can work. So I guess I just want to say, don't give up on the pay-as-you-throw bags with its revenue stream and its economic and environmental benefits. And I hope that I can speak with some or all of you at a further date. Thank you.
Thank you. Respond to that?
Sure, yeah. Well, the intention was to continue with pay-as-you-throw. That is built into the budget. How we do that is still being assessed and worked out. We're looking at several different options there. And, you know, we will bring back an implementation plan of some sort to the board sometime probably this summer or early fall. I'd be happy to talk with anybody who has ideas or thoughts about how to do that. That would be helpful input.
And the overriding thought is that pay-as-you-throw is state law.
Yes.
And so whatever we do will give us an incentive to reducing our trash. And it's just a matter of how we do it. Anyone else?
We also have Bob Ozer on the line.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Bob Ozer is also on.
Great.
And Amanda.
Yeah, I just have one question. So for the Wyndham Solid Waste District, the fact that you pay $5 per bag of trash if you bring it there, does that fit into the pay-as-you-throw category that the state, does anyone know the answer to that?
Oh, yeah, I think yes, because at the district, you have to pay based on
$5 per
volume.
bag.
Yep.
I mean, many
Plus
households
the sticker, yep.
generate one bag per month if they're really concentrating on organics and recycling. But if that fits into the category of pay-as-you-throw,
Yes,
That's-
that
okay.
is compliant with the law as well there, yeah.
All right, shall we go to Mr. Ozer?
Good evening, Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. And just a brief comment. Looking at page 5 of the agenda materials, there's a line that says the town will continue to explore future options, either to reduce the cost and services from Casella or find alternatives after the 5-year contract concludes. So I had a thought about that in terms of how do we prepare for that? And I think one way to do that is to ensure that we don't have a strict franchise clause in the contract. And I'm not too sure franchise is the right word, but that was the word thrown around when we were talking about this. In other words, that there be some way, even with the Casella contract signed, that you allow residents to contract with other haulers or sole entrepreneurs, that maybe something will develop during that time period that we can use at the conclusion of the contract. So that was my only thought on that, and I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there members? Nell?
Hi, Nell Mayo, District 8. I had 3 questions. One was, I guess, indirectly in response to what Bob just brought up, that had been brought up as a question at a finance committee meeting about the status, and I don't expect the select board to necessarily have an answer to this, I'm just putting it out there, about the status of, I think it was non-competitive pricing laws in the states, because there was some concern of potential retaliatory action. My understanding, as it was passed on to me, was that Triple T was tipping at Casella's, and so other options might also be tipping at Casella's, even if they're not Casella's themselves collecting the waste. So that was something that was brought up in terms of exploring other options for collectors. Will they still be tipping at Casella's? And could there be any adverse reaction if the collector is not Casella's? Another question, which is more so a clarification for myself, I thought that I remembered from a previous meeting that Mr. Potter had said that until the town was able to go forward with signing on to this contract in the budget, that we were paying an inflated monthly rate. And I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly now because of what was just said about paying a rate in tandem with the Triple T rate until a contract was entered. So I am not remembering it correctly. That's what the nod means.
Let's
Okay.
have all your questions
Thank
and
you.
then.
The third question was just, I am still very much learning about the Wyndham Solid Waste Station. And so when Amanda asked about the $5 per bag, and that's up to a certain weight limit, I believe, if that was a part of the pay-as-you-throw system, is that a part of revenue for the town, or is that something separate for the county? Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay. So the first one, I think that would be a question for Casella. Are they,
Yeah.
I believe they are allowing others to tip at their facility, but I don't know that for sure.
One more so the cost. If potentially if the contract ends, or if other people, like Bob had referenced, if people are privately contracting, could could the cost of tipping disproportionately go up? But I understand that's probably more state law for me to look into.
It's certainly, being from New Jersey, I know all about solid waste. And I can tell you, it's very likely.
Thank you.
Your second question was about the rates that we're paying. So we had a very, very low rate with Triple T. And Casella was kind enough to extend that rate for more than 6 months of us paying that continued low rate. One thing that they asked was January of this year, they would like to go to the new rate. And so we have now converted over to that, and we're paying at that new rate. That is what ended up, we were expecting an additional $175,000 or so, which was approved at town meeting, that we're going to have to use out of the reserve to cover that, because we didn't know back when we built that budget that that was going to happen. So, so we got 6 months out of it, but then they said, yeah, that's all we can do. You have to start paying what it's costing us to do this. So.
And, I'm sorry. Is it known if the contracted, once we enter, or we're already in the 5-year contract? Okay, so this is just the monthly rate. It won't go down starting in the new fiscal year.
No, it'll be the same. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And then your third question was, you wrote it down, but I can't read
It was
my writing
if
now.
the $5 per bag fee up to, I think it's 25 pounds at the Wyndham Solid Waste Transfer Station goes towards our revenue or county,
yes.
and it sounds like county.
It does not go to us. It goes to the district to fund their operations. So.
Thank you.
I also will just say, Nell, I have recently been informed that Wendy Harrison is also working on issues like this on a state level. And so if you are doing research, I think she'd be a good person to reach out to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question for Bob's question, which I think was, would the contract with Casella prevent private citizens from contracting their own trash separately? I'm assuming that would not be prohibited, but.
So one of the options that the select board considered early on was whether to do a franchise, which would have made it just, it would essentially be like the select board giving a certain hauler a license just to, they were the only hauler in town. And the reason for doing that kind of thing is it can get you a lower cost on a contract, because then they know they have all the households in town. We did not go in that direction with a franchise, so that is not part of this contract. But we may be paying a little bit more because of that, so.
David?
Thank you. David Levenbach, District 9. Nell's questions actually rang something in my bell in my head. I thought I heard something, and I may be imagining, that there was some discussion at some point about renting, residents renting bins, because the original proposal was that the town was going to use revolving loan funds to provide the bins. So I was wondering if you could clarify that.
Yep. So the plan that we're on is for the town to purchase the carts, and the town will own them. And then one of the ways that the town can capture pay-as-you-throw is by having a sticker or some way to indicate to the trash haulers that this bin is okay to pick up. Part of the reason that we recommended to the board that the town own the carts is because that gives us more flexibility for other options in the future. So, for example, if we found another hauler that was interested in competing for the next contract, we wouldn't have to turn over bins or have to buy more bins or something like that. So that was sort of the thinking on that one. So.
Will there be a charge to residents in this 5-year contract to rent the bins?
Yes, that is the plan. And that is how you will generate the $309,000 in revenue, pay-as-you-throw revenue, after the bag system phases out.
But that rental fee will go in immediately?
No, it will phase in as the bag system phases out.
Okay. Thank you.
Although all the details of that have not been worked out, and they will be brought back to the select board for your approval on an implementation plan.
And the concept would be that there would be different sizes of bins, and if I thought I would generate less trash, I would rent a smaller bin for a smaller fee, and that's what would capture the pay-as-you-throw part, if we go that route.
That's one possibility, yep.
Yeah, I like that. That makes sense. Yes,
Moss has raised his hand again, if you like to call on him.
okay.
You're muted.
You're muted, Moss.
I misunderstood earlier, and when I was speaking earlier, it seemed that you talked about pay-as-you-throw remaining or that revenue. Now it seems that the revenue, pay-as-you-throw revenue will come from the rental of the carts and not from people continuing to purchase pay-as-you-throw bags. And I think this is a very bad way to go, in that then people have a cart that they can put anything in, recycling, compost, in a black bag, a white bag, any bag, non-pay-as-you-throw bag, and they don't have the cash incentive, the economic incentive to do their best at recycling and their best at diverting organic waste. And the town is going to lose revenue, at least in that the tipping tonnage that goes up to Coventry and the landfill is going to increase. And this is where I've spoken, and I'd like to speak with the town and Mr. Potter about a way of continuing the pay-as-you-throw bags, requiring residents to purchase pay-as-you-throw bags. And if we did that, if the town could do that, and I think they can, then maybe the rental of these bins could be lower or not at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, Peter?
I think I did, yeah. I know Moss and I go way back. He was the one who originally talked me off the ledge when the town wanted to charge for $1 a bag to throw away garbage. And over several meetings, he convinced me that the pay-as-you-throw was an option. I know moving to this system, that is a concern of mine, that we're going to put more stuff into a landfill because there'll be a bin, and if it fits in the bin, it goes in the compactor. But yeah, I mean, I would encourage us to have a conversation with Moss, but I don't see a clear path forward on that particular issue in this particular instance, moving to this system. So I think that's what I wanted to say.
Yes, John.
And I just wanted to reemphasize that nothing has been figured out on yet. We are actively working on it, trying to figure out the best approach, and we will bring back an implementation plan to the board, and you guys can make adjustments to that, or
I think you're right. I'm forgetting that we're not trying to make this decision tonight.
Yep.
So we've got some time.
Before the discussion concludes, I just wanted to assure the residents of Wild West Brattleboro that I believe that the change in the contract would be on our 34 miles of dirt road, if that was the conversation. And so there would be, especially when you talk about the equity issue, it's just an evolving thing. It's not a done deal. So suspend your judgment for the time being until we all know more. Thank you.
Can I have that on tape?
You too.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Ken, and is there anyone else who wants to speak on this subject? Ken, you can be the last speaker.
Why, thank you. I'm honored. I just wanted to, I was part of the focus groups, speaking with John and Patrick, and there was one other person. It was a very small group. But I understand we split the commodities, the recyclable commodity revenue, or at least I assume we do. And I was wondering, do we also get revenue from the nickels that are recycled because of the bottle pill? When I used to work for a MRF, that went totally to our bottom line, and it made a big, big difference. And so I was wondering if the town was able to negotiate that.
Yeah, no, that was not part of our solution with them. but I'm sure if there is a revenue from that, it should be offsetting the cost that they're charging us.
Okay, let's move to the general fund budget of FY '26. And what I propose is that John will lead us off, and there'll be stopping points for the select board to discuss and perhaps vote on items. And then we'll go back, and so that we have a list of things that we're discussing, and then we'll open it up to public comment.
Okay. So I have brought you a draft revised FY '26 general fund budget. It's not the one that I'd hoped to bring back to you, but it's the one that got dropped in my lap on Wednesday morning. So I pulled together this information for you to try to help everyone get our heads around what's in here. The draft budget is primarily based on feedback and direction from the select board. It is also based on additional updates that staff have been making right along. Some of that are things like revised estimates that have come in that we now realize that something's going to be more or less than what it would cost. For example, we got our county tax estimate for next year, and that was slightly lower than what we had originally estimated. So things like that have been adjusted. Also, in the time between representative town meeting and today, with the departure of the assistant town manager and the finance director, the remaining staff felt that it was important to consult with the town's auditor, Batchelder Associates PC, and ask them to help review our FY '26 budget to make sure that everything in it was estimated correctly. This has resulted in several different ways that have now been adjusted in the budget to account for certain items in a better way. And so, for example, employee contributions for healthcare were previously considered a revenue, but now the recommendation has been to make that an offset against expenditures. So you'll see in that line an explanation to that effect. Also, the most significant finding of the auditor was that the budget underestimated payroll taxes and retirement contributions, and that is one of the major reasons why you see an increase in this budget. Those are all explained by line in attachment A. So the total expenditure in this draft revised budget stands at $25.6 million, with a property tax levy needed to structurally balance the budget of $20.3 million. This is about $420,000 higher than the budget that went to the March 2025 representative town meeting. One big change in the budget was the addition of the 3 firefighter EMT positions. This was done to help reduce fire overtime challenges that we're seeing in the fire department, mainly resulting from things like we've had 2 employees who have been out of service for most of the year. We added wellness days in the 2023 collective bargaining agreement. We have had multiple vacancies over the last couple of years as people have retired or moved on. And the biggest thing probably is that the collective bargaining agreement has a minimum staffing requirement in it of 8 personnel on duty at all times. And that is the thing that the fire chief has been having to coordinate around. And what it has done as it has really increased our overtime spending, which doesn't show in the budget at the rate at which it has been accumulating. It is projected to be about $730,000 for the year, and so it's kind of on that rate right now. This increase is not directly related to doing EMS or anything like that. It's really that 8-person minimum staffing requirement that is the thing that's driving it, and that is something that the staff really wanted for their safety and for the safety of fighting fires in Brattleboro. The reason that you approved the 3 firefighter EMT positions is because that would be less expensive than having the overtime. So $730,000 in projected overtime If you were to add 2 firefighter positions at a cost of $193,000, you would bring the overall staff and overtime cost down to $616,000, so about a $100,000 drop. If you were to add 3 firefighters, as is in the draft budget, you would be that would be done at a cost of around $92,000, and that would drop the overtime to at least $275,000 for a total of $567,000, or close to $200,000 less than continuing this overtime battle that we've been waging. So that is in this draft budget. The other thing, some other things that are in this draft budget are all of the revenue increases that have been approved either by the last board or this board, and that includes things like increasing planning department fees, increasing non-resident library card fees, increasing skating rink rental and admission fees, increasing business license fees, and increasing recreation and parks facility use fees. Staff developed some additional information on the recreation and park facility use fees that's in your packet, if you want to discuss that. Also, they came up with 2 other revenue increase suggestions. One, the library suggested that they could increase library copier revenue by 30%, or by $1,950. And the fire department suggested that they could reinstate outside revenues at an amount of about $10,000 as a goal. The Select Board considered other revenue streams such as cat licensing, but decided not to advance any others for FY26. Those are the revenue changes. On the expenditure side, there are a number of significant reductions that are already in the budget or are now included in this draft budget. And those include things like stormwater upgrades, building maintenance, sustainability programs, records restoration, bicycle projects, traffic safety assessments, the town arts fund, book replacements at the library, street sign replacements, line striping projects, leaf collection, ASL services, snowstorm cleanup downtown, bus service, and accessible voting. Those are all incorporated into this budget in one form or another for reductions in service and things that people may notice. Additional information was requested about the bus service at your April 17th Select Board meeting. At that meeting, you approved a $25,000 reduction in the bus service line. We followed up, as you asked, with SEVT, and we learned that Brattleboro is currently paying, at the $50,000 rate, is paying about 4% of the cost of operating the ADA, the red line, the white line, and the blue lines in town, which is far below what other towns are paying in terms of a percentage. The projected overall cost to SEVT for providing routes in Brattleboro is $1.169 million a year. Cutting the local contribution in half would probably cut the amount of service in half, which is cutting a lot more than just Saturday service. Originally, we had heard from SEVT that a reduction like that would be reducing Saturday service, but I think their environment has changed completely now, and they're having to look at things with a lot finer pencil as well. So if we were to continue with this draft budget, the SEVT board will meet and decide what to do if the local funding is reduced that much. On average, Brattleboro is seeing about 435 trips per day, or approximately $133,000 trips, overall trips during the year. So the draft revised budget includes a 50% reduction from $50,000 to $25,000, and I think this would be a good time to maybe break. And the question that staff has is, does the Select Board recommend continuing with this $25,000 reduction to the bus service budget? And it is a savings of about $1.63 per 100,000 of assessed value.
Could a quick question before we jump into these individual things. I'd sort of like maybe to have a slightly more general discussion about this news we all got and sort of how we want to approach it. We have a schedule right now that involves possibly approving a draft budget on Tuesday, warning a town meeting tonight. So it would be interesting to talk about that. And also, what's our goal at this point? Because we had sort of chipped away and made maybe 200K-ish in progress, if I'm just estimating. So now instead of being down 200K, we're up 450K. Is our goal now to get back to zero? Is it to do the best we can and ask town meeting to be tolerant? Or, I don't know. It just became a very, very different problem, so I thought it'd be worth a little general discussion.
Well, I would definitely agree, Oscar. I think it's good. But others might like to address it before I speak. Do you have general comments?
Well, I would agree that we are facing a really difficult situation with the rounding to the nearest thousand. It's a $419,000 increase over what we had seen at representative town meeting and what representative town meeting turned down. So to go, and I think that we all here at this table want very much a budget that representative town meeting will approve. That's so important for the uninterrupted functioning and services that our town provides. And we're going to need to make some difficult decisions. It's going to be hard and it will be painful, and we have a short amount of time to do it. But I think that we are going to have to look to actually make those larger reductions.
Peter, is there something you'd like to say?
Where to start? I mean, yeah, it was disappointing news to get. We had made some real good progress, and but the adding in of the 3 firefighters, which makes absolute total fiscal sense, rather than with the savings there. I mean, I think that's. I think we got used to a lot of surplus, which is what I think, if I'm understanding this conversation correctly, it sounds like we may have had the luxury of kind of looking at a different way of budgeting. As far as an overall conversation, I think I do think we need to kind of go through this as we kind of laid out. I mean, the overall picture is a little daunting, and I'm just hoping we can, by the end of this meeting, get this thing chipped down to, as Oscar said, maybe back down to ground zero again. I don't, and ground zero was a number we were trying to make a ground negative something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amanda, do you have comments? General comments, or you're anxious to get down to business?
I'm anxious to get down to business, but I'll make a general comment, and that is regarding overtime. That as a board, I think that we really have to address that seriously right now. And there are some departments, not all departments, that we may have to see service reductions as a community because people have to do jobs in regular working hours rather than overtime hours. And we'll get into that into more detail. Things like snow removal, sorry to say, but really reducing that and biting that bullet, which is one of those hard decisions. So.
Great, thank you. So I have a couple of overall comments, and we've all been hit with this really roller coaster, but I have a couple of positive things to say about our current circumstance, and that is that I'm glad that the town manager and the budget staff undertook this reexamination now, and that we have this information now rather than, later, and that we have a team in place with our auditor that we all feel comfortable with, and that this, clear-eyed budgeting will serve us now, but also more importantly, be a good start for moving into our FY27 work, which I think we're all anxious to start. And And we have a greater understanding now of whatever deficits may come from this year and how they will affect next year. So again, I agree with Amanda that understanding overtime and specifically understanding firefighter overtime is a question that we need to think carefully about the solution.
And one thought that I had, and you may not want to do this, but since about 300,000 of that 414,000 is the 3 additional firefighters, if you guys didn't want to make that decision, I mean, you could bring that to town meeting. You could warn that as an article to see whether the town meeting supports that sort of savings in the budget. Then you would be bringing back a lower budget, but, you know, then it would be up to them to decide whether or not they wanted to move forward with that or continue to pay the overtime.
Do we have, is one of these points the fire stuff? I'm not.
No,
Okay.
no, it was really more what I was explaining
Okay.
a second ago.
So maybe we talk about that at the end of the list? If
Yeah,
we-
but
just so
whenever
we-
you want.
Yeah.
Not yet. Oh, absolutely, yes. Isaac, did you have a comment?
It did. I would agree with Fish around the desire to reduce this back to at least back to what RTM rejected. So at least back
Doesn't
to.
sound so good when you say it like that.
Maybe we can get it,
Yeah,
you know,
we can
$5 less. How's that?
No, but the point is that I would like to see what would it look like if we were to take $500,000 away from this.
And I have a handy dandy list that has $371,039 off of the budget, and I'm sure if everyone has ideas, we can do some horse trading.
Are we also going to, like, I brought some revenue ideas to the table?
Absolutely,
Okay. When appropriate.
yes. Did you have another comment, Isaac?
Yeah, just that I would advise us against making decisions without the input, or to say it positively, I would ask that we do our best to consult department heads in decisions that will be affecting their departments, and also that we might consider extending the timeline, given this new information, so as not to make any rash decisions, because this is very serious, and making these sorts of reductions in terms of hundreds of thousands of dollars to the budget, which will likely could mean people's jobs. I think it would behoove us to consider giving some time to department directors to also come back to us with their thoughts on what could be done.
Here's my thoughts on that. We got a guy sitting right here. He's our town manager. He is the boss of every department head. He has been consulting with them nonstop. So let's let him do his job and give us the ideas and the feedback that we need, answer all our questions. As far as the timeline is concerned, we may very well need more time, and we can talk about that at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, I heard in Isaac's comment that it was to ask John to talk to the departments.
Very good.
Not that we as a board, because that's not in our purview.
Yeah.
I think it was just in the spirit of, so.
Great, I just wanted to clarify that. Yes.
Just, I think it, you know, we have this work in front of us, and I think it makes sense to go through it. We may, to touch on what Isaac's saying, we may at the end find that we want to look deeper and further and make some other requests or some inquiries. So I think we can do that at the end.
Of course, and we may very well choose to warn a meeting and continue our discussions to other meetings. And you know, there's Tuesday and Thursday until God knows when. So, Ken, did you have a comment?
My question is for the fire department, having 2 employees were out of service this year. I don't really understand that because it seems like maybe they'll come back in service. And so would that be, for the 3 down to 1? That's one thing. And then, I'll leave it at that.
Do you have an answer to that?
I can't really talk about HR issues in public like that.
Very good. Thank you. All right, John, let's go back to wherever we were.
Mover? Is that
Over.
Mover. Yeah, mover. Does anyone have comments about the mover? What's the feeling about the mover? Isaac?
An Oscar, but it's fine. Yeah, the preface is that we're talking about cutting and we're talking about bringing a big number down. There are going to be points in here where I say, I think this is good value for the money and we shouldn't cut it or we should bring it back, et cetera. So don't be shocked by that. The mover is one example. I think the numbers we got are actually really helpful. The total cost for the routes is higher than I would have guessed. 1.1 million is a ton. I think we're getting a great deal. I would like to leave this in.
Very good. Do we want to have comments on this specific item?
When you say leave it, what do you mean?
Leave it
mean
at
bring it back
50K.
to 50?
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Put it back to 50.
Put it back to 50.
Yeah, I think this shows a lot. I mean, I was sort of on the fence for Saturday removal of services, and now that these numbers are coming back and it looks a lot more grave, I think there's a lot of impact to our community members who frequent that thing every single day. So, yeah, putting it back to 50 makes sense for me.
You're nodding your head.
Absolutely. I mean, people depend on this for getting to their jobs, their medical appointments, to get their groceries. And I think that, 435 trips a day would be a serious impact. And also we see how this could affect other funding from other sources if we were to make that major cut.
Amanda, would you like to weigh in?
Not really, not right now.
And I would agree that we should keep that $50,000 line item, but I feel compelled to say that cat licenses would generate $52,000. And if we're looking to offset the cost cutting that people do not feel comfortable with, I don't think that the cats will feel the pain. So, shall we?
Was that,
What?
are we launching into a cat licensing thing? Because I actually had given that some more thought after the thing, but I don't want to mix that in. We're talking about the bus service, so let's finish that conversation.
Thank you.
And then maybe we can find
A few minutes?
a few minutes to say, well, we could probably return that money if we did this. And we all know how I feel about nuisance fees. But
Okay, so shall we vote on returning the $50,000 budget line item for the mover back to the FY26 budget?
Did you want to kick it to the public?
Sure.
thing,
Are there
or-
people here who would like to talk about the mover? Yes, no?
I have a follow-up question to what Ken said, but that's not mover. That was a question about overtime.
We'll hold that. Thank you. Thank you for pre-asking. Anyone else? Mover, going once? There's someone in the hallway. Bethany, please come up.
Hi, Bethany Ranquist. Just wanted to actually just say thank you for putting it back in. As a co-parent with somebody who's blind and only uses the mover to go places, and also co-parenting with 2 kids who also have to use the mover because they have one parent that can't drive them places. I just want to speak to how essential it is to have a public transportation option, especially in a town that's spread out as wide as it is. And I know it's not just my family that utilizes it, but it's an essential resource, especially because we don't currently have a taxi service, and I think we have one Uber driver in the entire town. So any amount of considering cutting that would be pretty devastating for not just people who need it to get to and from work, but also people who need to get to the grocery store and aren't able to drive. Kids that need to get from school downtown safely, anywhere within the town. So I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate that there was a lot of thought that just went into that, but in any conversation about moving it, please consider that it's not just people getting to and from work. There are a lot of people in this town who would not be able to function in a healthy way without an option of transportation, and it's not like we have a subway system that we can fall back on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I don't see any other comments, so I believe we might be ready to vote. Are we?
Yes.
All select board members in favor of returning the $50,000 line item to the FY26 budget, please raise your hand. Say aye.
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 There we are. That's 5-0, and it's not a good trend for the budget.
I was going to say, how much does that take this down?
Yeah, well, I know a remedy. Would you like to talk about the cat licenses now?
You know, we can. I mean, I've got other ideas as well, but, you know, I've been thinking a lot about that, and, you know, I've been really kind of vocal as to how I feel, and I think that these things are nuisance fees, and I think it's just a different way to tax people a little differently. You know, I pay my property tax. I pay a couple of business license fees. I register my dog, and you know those three things there cost me $121 a year on top of my tax bill. But you know, I understand that those decisions were probably made while making the sort of decisions that we are making tonight, as to try to bring the general fund somewhat whole and to cover expenses and to make it more of a user fee, if you will. That you know, I enjoy my dog immensely, so paying my $21 is less annoying there than paying my $50, now $100 business license. So when we have this conversation next year, I will quote you a $221 fee. I do not own a cat, full disclosure, so this does not impact me. But I would like to put out on the table that we reconsider Liz's proposal of a $12 fee. Hearing Amanda, and maybe for the agricultural base that have working cats, maybe just a flat $20 fee.
All the cats you can license. Yes.
I'm just curious about how this fits in with the agenda that we have and what you had outlined earlier in terms of going through what's on here.
I'm breaking through because it was mentioned further up, and the symmetry of $50,000 for $52,000. So I am departing from the agenda, which I'm entitled to do. And I just, you know, I have some other ideas about the cat license because, you know, it's like, I think that the library could sell T-shirts that say, "My cat saved the library." Or we could have cat and dog collars that say, "I love Brattleboro," and we'd be really happening.
I think we could become Instagram famous.
Yes, yes. Yes, Star would like to weigh in.
I would say we could name our catalog.
There you go. I think there's a lot of good things that could come from a cat license beyond the $52,000 that it's expected to bring in.
If I could, I'm sorry, Oscar,
Please.
give me a second. But to sort of speak to what you're speaking to, it's germane in the fact that we are really kind of struggling. So our first step into this conversation raised our budget, $25,000. So if we can find a way to offset that through actionable things that we could hit the street with pretty quickly, I think it's conversations worth having. So in that context, I feel like it's germane, but I hear what you're saying.
Thanks.
I'm still opposed to this, and it's not because of the $24 that it would cost me to license my 2 cats, or the $0 it would cost me to not license my 2 cats. There's a couple different reasons. I don't want to restate everything I said last time. First of all, I think that if you're going to have a fee, it should be in some way related to a cost. And, we have a pound keeper in the police department. So there's a reason. There's a direct expense that is related to dog licenses. The business licenses are tied to an exemption for the personal property tax. Business licenses, raising those fees was also something that went into an existing structure. We already collect those. We already have a mechanism for that. And I wasn't super wild about that idea either. The main reason being that our job isn't to make the tax rate lower. Even when we're just talking about costs, the job is not to bring the tax number down. It's to increase affordability. And substituting a fee for a tax, to me, is just not really productive policy. It's a little window dressing-y for my tastes, and it would add an administrative burden, and it just, I don't know. I find it a little silly. Also, if we're going to do it, well, 2 final things. One is we have our projection, $52,000. That's if every person we estimate has a cat gets a license. I guarantee the real number will be far lower. And then also, I'd love to hear from Hillary, who I assume would be the cat license warden at that point, and what that would look like for her, because if we're adding a real headache, how many thousands of dollars is the cost on that? So I'm still opposed. I understand the appeal of offsetting, we increase this, let's immediately decrease it with something else, but really I just want to take these case by case and say, I think this is worth it, this isn't worth it, and we end up where we end up. So, my 2 cents.
Great. Amanda, do you have any comments?
I'm fine at this time. No, not at this time.
Let's speak to Sue and then Hillary and then Eric.
Liz, also I have another comment.
Well, let's hear from you first then.
Okay. So I was looking at the Brattleboro Town Charter, the discussion of the charter review work inspired me, and I was looking under also the select board responsibilities, and one actually has to do with pets. And in particular, it talks about dogs. And it says under section 6W, it says the select board's responsibility and rights is to regulate, restrain, or control the running at large of dogs and other domestic animals. Or maybe this is to set policies about this. In addition to the tax imposed by the laws of Vermont upon the owner or keeper of dogs, to impose and collect charges for the keeping, impoundment, or examination thereof, and to prescribe such penalties in default thereof as may be deemed necessary. So it says specifically for dogs that we have the right to set policy over taxing or regulating dogs, but it doesn't say anything about fees, charging fees for the keeping of any other animals.
Well, it does mention domestic animals, and Burlington and South Burlington just did it, so I'm sure we could. But John, you want to?
Yeah, and Isaac, I did check with the town attorney on that question. He said that we would have the authority to do it. So I don't think that's an issue.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, well, it just, since it specifically talks about charging for dogs, keeping dogs, I was just curious that, since it doesn't say anything about cats, but that's the town attorney.
Animals, right?
Yeah, that's about just controlling, restraining, and regulating them. In terms of the actual taxing or fees, it specifically is talking about dogs.
All right.
Sue.
Susan Belleville, Brattleboro, District 8. I think if you check with the animal control officer, you'll find that she spends an awful lot of time and resources managing cats far more than she does dogs. And I think it would be fair, and while it wouldn't be a direct offset to the cost of her position, it would significantly help the budget when it comes to those needs. You just check with the Humane Society and how many cats they take in from Brattleboro and kittens, and The other thing that, and I guess this is going to sound pretty selfish on my part, but as a property manager, it really bothers me that I can ask for a dog to be licensed in the town of Brattleboro before it arrives in the apartment that I may be renting out in a pet-friendly building, but I can't ask that of a cat to make sure that I have just one cat or two cats, that I know how many are going to be there, because they would have to be registered with the town. Pets in buildings are really hard. Apartment buildings are really hard to find, buildings that will take pets. And if this is something that tenants know that they have to do, it may make it easier for them to find an apartment if they register their pet. And then we know that they're being taken care of and not being left to run the streets and become strays and a burden on the community. We have a huge feral cat population in Brattleboro, and I know that the animal control officer is trying to work on that, but it needs to be done, and it's expensive to do, and this is one method to offset that cost.
Thank you. Let's hear from Hillary, and then Jackie and Eric, and Kate and Nell.
Thank you, Hillary Francis, Town Clerk. So I think Oscar's correct that this would likely fall to our department because we already license dogs, and that would be just an obvious place to put it. I know that there have been conversations in the past about, working cats, and there's different fee schedules that y'all can think about. So for dog licenses, right, we have our spayed and neutered dog fee and our intact dog fee, but we also have a farm dog fee. And so there's different fees, so that could certainly be looked at. My concern with this is, you're talking about doing this as a revenue stream. And we license our dogs. The deadline to license dogs is April 1st. I would assume that we would be looking, for efficiency's sake, and to benefit the public if this passed, for cats to be licensed at the same time, right? If I own a cat and a dog, I'm going to go into the town clerk's office. I'm going to license them at the same time. Town meeting day is in March. Representative town meeting is in March. And we have an office of 2 full-time staff and 1 staff person of 30 hours a week. That would be a fairly large burden on our office at that time of year. And some of that $52,000 would certainly have to go to additional staff in our office if we're going to be able to pull this off. I'm making assumptions, and I would leave it to Chief Hardy to speak to this. But my assumption from what I've seen is our animal control officer is also at capacity. And if we're adding this to her plate, I think that there would also be additional staff time that needs to go to the police department with animal control office. So are you actually looking at increased revenue, or are you looking at a wash or potentially even a deficit? And I think that really needs to be considered. Since your last meeting when this came up, or 2 meetings ago when this came up, I've also heard from members of the public who have said, I have cats, they're indoor cats, they never go outside, there's no way I would license my cat. So, to Oscar's point with, the $24 wouldn't necessarily burden me, the $0 wouldn't necessarily burden me, are the number of people that are highlighted as could potentially license their cats, are they going to? Dogs go outside, they go for walks, they go to parks in a way that a lot of cats don't. So is this revenue stream as large as you think it is? Maybe, maybe not. And then what are the expenses that come with it to administer it? Thank you.
Eric?
So where about height?
A foot further.
I'm always afraid if I knock it over, it's going to be a big, loud blam right there.
You haven't done it yet,
I know,
so
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. So my concern, much of
Eric,
what I...
your name first, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Eric Karen, District 7. My concern, so many of them were just stated by Hillary, so I'll be even more brief than I usually am. I think that there's no way that a cat license, in my opinion, could end up being anything more than a deficit and costing us. That's my opinion. I base it on the idea that I'm thinking that licensing cats also brings the town some responsibility. And when I think of things like feral cat populations, if I have a neighbor who's taking care of a whole bunch of cats that are becoming a nuisance, and do I call the town, and do they take responsibility for euthanizing or taking care of all those cats, or do they let the neighbor continue to feed them and whatever? So there's a lot of decision making and a lot of thinking, I think, that would have to happen before you do this, and a lot of cost analysis, because if you do it, go ahead. But also be fair. I mean, working dogs have to pay fees. Working cats do. I don't think a $20 fee for 12 cats. I think we have to be fair. So I think it could become a burden on people, but I think it's definitely going to be a cost to our town. That's all.
Thank you.
We have Jessica Dolan on Zoom.
Well, I've asked, well, first of all, John wants to speak, but then I've already promised Jackie, Nell, and Kate they can speak, so, John.
Maybe I'll just add that, the details of whatever program don't have to be worked out now. If you want to reconsider and move to do this, it's really just a budget issue right
Great.
now.
Jackie, you had a comment?
Jackie Reese from District 9. This is going to be even more unpopular, just a fair warning. I think that the feral cat situation in Brattleboro is really bad. I have them around my house all the time. I know a lot of people do. I find a lot of dead birds and squirrels and chipmunks. Well, maybe not chipmunks. I think they take those. But I think that this is a good first step in a plan that could eventually roll into keeping cats off the street the way we have. It took a while for us to get dogs onto leashes, and it took a while to get dogs off the street on their own. I think it's something that is harder to do. I totally understand how hard it is, but I think it's something that this could be a first step on, and that's it.
Thank you. Kate.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I have no argument or position on whether we should license cats or not. For me, this is a budgetary issue, and to actually kind of make up a number of $52,000, and we have no idea if we're going to get that or not, is really irresponsible to put a made-up imaginary number in the budget. So I would urge you not to do it, because we're really talking about the budget right now. So please don't put a fake number in that we're going to not be able to meet.
Nell.
Nell Mayo, District 8. To piggyback off that with perhaps a different sentiment behind it, what Kate just said reminded me of the discussion with Jennifer, the town assessor, about sending a larger number of letters to nonprofits for the voluntary contribution, and how it was discussed as this could bring in more money, but we can't count on that money, right? I do think that's a fair sentiment that has been echoed. I have a few different opinions on this, and in some ways, I feel a little inequipped to have an opinion. What Oscar said did make sense to me, and what Hillary has noted is great. And then I also heard what Mr. Potter said about this is just an approval to look into something. Things that I would say, the cute merch ideas could happen with or without this license. Like a cat could save a library. You could be buying a shirt on behalf of your cat. It could still save the library. I think that seemed to have nice reception in the crowd, and those could be revenue sources that could happen regardless. Same as the Charlie XCX-inspired Brat T-shirts that sold last year, I believe. And I think the idea behind this that a lot of people seem to be in favor of, about taking accountability and responsibility for an animal's impact on public space, something I totally agree with. And then living where I do, on Reynolds Drive, the ACO officer is extremely familiar with my street. I guess I would just echo that irresponsible people are going to be irresponsible, unfortunately, whether or not there's a license or not. The amount of cats that are left, the amount of cats, I wouldn't say there's a colony issue, but cats are left in my neighbor's home. I have taken cats that my neighbors claim to be theirs or say they're theirs when it's convenient for them to the Humane Society. You know, I have neighbors with dogs that bite people who intend on breeding their dogs because they think they will look cute, you know, which is a totally separate issue. Just to say, unfortunately, as was pointed out, I think a lot of people will just opt out because it costs us too much to try and enforce it. And then I would also say on my own point, as someone new to town, it took me a long time to realize there was a dog license I was supposed to be purchasing. And I would also consider the cost of an awareness campaign, even to get people who will voluntarily opt in to become aware of that. And yeah, I think on a personal note, which I don't really think the personal note is the argument, but I feel the same concerns of like, I feel I am a responsible pet owner in that I keep my cats indoors and that they're microchipped and that I really keep them indoors. I understand the accounting for use of public space, and that's not all cats, and those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Dolan?
Jessica Dolan. Oh, you're still muted, Jessica.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Hello. I would like to echo what Oscar has said, but I'm going to say it in my way, which is I think this is a terrible idea. We're in a rural location. Licensing cats is absolutely ridiculous. Why invent a new fee when we could be facing budgetary items that just need to be cut? I think this invents new fees and new labor that is kind of like a smokescreen away from the other things that we should really be discussing. And I also would testify the fact that I have two extremely old cats who never ever go outside, and there's no way I would ever pay a cat license. I just think that's like silly. And also I want to point out that I don't know if folks have noticed about the cat loving community of Brattleboro, but when someone's cat is missing or they find a cat outside that's not identified, people rally very quickly on social media to help get that cat back to their owner. And it's pretty remarkable and loving. And in terms of feral cats, I don't, who's going to pay for them? I'm not really sure that this will help address a feral cat problem because they're feral. So who's going to say volunteer to pay a fee for wild cats? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's, well, let's vote. All in favor of
I want to propose a compromise.
Yes.
Which is that this be something that, so this is my concern, is that when I was talking to people over the last few months, and people were talking about like the parking system and the new system, one of the things that I heard was people felt like this was something imposed upon them. And whether that was the case or not, that was the impression that some people gave, and they didn't know how to use it, and some people felt like, well, anyway, there was a lot of complaints about it. And my thought is if people are upset about an increase in taxes, and if we are going back to RTM with something that's not too different from what they rejected, my concern is that this is going to feel like just another imposition. And so I'm not inherently opposed to a cat tax, but I wonder about, based on the feedback that we got, if it wouldn't make sense to at least warn a meeting and have it be publicly, people know, so that cat owners could show up, so that there could be at least the opportunity for people who'd be affected by this tax to talk about it, or to put it on as a separate article at RTM for consideration for FY27, so that we'd have a chance to actually see what the revenue was before including it in the budget.
I'm just curious, because we did discuss this once before and vote. It's up to the board. I'm wondering if people's minds have changed.
Well, that's exactly what I would like to know before we go any further with this discussion.
But I do see Isaac's point, which is that if we're in favor of it, I would, maybe this is just because I'm not in favor of it, but I'd love to give the public time to know it's on a meeting and show up, because I have a feeling my inbox will be full of cat-themed emails once there's awareness of it. But
Okay. Anyone interested in exploring the $52,000 estimate for a cat license, please raise your hand and say aye. Okay, let's move on.
Can I just make a quick comment? I have to say, I had intended on bringing this up because a large way that we're going to avoid a lot of these conversations moving forward are things like revenue, increasing the revenue to our town, whether they are resident paid or another paid from people who come and visit the community, however that works out. So I think to look at a revenue line item, even though I know we had a ton of fun with talking about cat licenses, there's been a lot of good laughs, a lot of funny ideas, but it would be a revenue source, not just the cat license, anything that's presented. So we need to sort of think about it in that vein. Like, revenue is real. Revenue would help. And I'll have a few suggestions that aren't quite as fun as cat licenses, but could actually help build the town's coffers a little bit. So when we start talking about revenue, I really just want people to kind of frame the discussion with that in mind. Growing the grand list is another thing that we need to take a look at, whether that's housing or business, but these are the things that will help us get our budget under control.
Thank you. All right, we're up to additional possible service reductions.
Yes, would you like to go through the next one? Yep, so there were several areas that the board discussed at their April 17th meeting as areas to try to find some service reductions and some cost savings in the budget. And so the first one was the thought about reducing our services around supporting resilience efforts in the community and supporting and staffing the energy and agricultural advisory committees. And so we analyzed that, and cuts to these two services could result in restructuring a full-time position to a 25-hour per week part-time position. The community would see a loss of technical assistance for community resilience projects, things like trying to get a grid-scale battery system at Tri-Park, helping nonprofits with their grant applications and things like that. We'd see a loss of coordinating resilience and energy-related initiatives and campaigns for the community, things like the Growing Resilience campaign, working with Efficiency Vermont, and on the Window Dressers campaign. And then thirdly, reducing these services, we would no longer be able to support the energy and agricultural committees, which they would need to take on more responsibility on their own to hold their meetings, do their agendas, write memos, things like that. That would be a shift for them. With these reductions in services, the planning department would go from 4 full-time staff to 3 full-time and 1 part-time staff. The estimated total savings of this service reduction would be $37,367 in FY26. And I can go more into the breakdown of that if you would like, but basically that is the question for the board. Do you want to reduce services in this area for a savings of approximately $37,367?
Great. Who wants to discuss?
I'm happy to discuss this. I did suggest this, and it's in the category of something you want, but something you can't afford. And it's a tough choice here. I will say, as an organic farmer involved in a lot of sustainability initiatives, we currently have many opportunities within our state and through other nonprofit organizations to apply for sustainability grants related to energy, related to composting, a lot of sustainability initiatives. So while it's exciting and wonderful to have someone in our very own town government who could help with those things, I will advocate that it's not leaving people high and dry. And sometimes, you know, for Brattleboro to have our very own concierge sustainability service is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And sadly, we can't afford that whole position anymore. So that's all I have to say.
Others? Yes?
I think this, Amanda, I understand where you're coming from. This is an example of a case where I think, even just in the interests of fairness and due diligence, if we were going to consider reductions like this, I'd like to see a presentation from the department, maybe not as long, but similar to what we saw from the police department the other day. There have been, I know a lot has been done in this department, and I think the opportunity to sort of make the case in a more detailed way than a couple summary paragraphs would be worthwhile. So I'm open to having the conversation really about anything on this list, but this is something that I would feel pretty bad about if we decided on it today without a fuller presentation.
Others?
I'm sorry, did you want to go for it? Just an implication and curious. So what I'm hearing, if I'm understanding this right, this would be taking a full-time position, moving it to half-time. At which point I would assume that that person would probably leave. And would that leave that entire, whatever's left over, the part-time salary in the budget? So, am I
Yes,
clear with that question?
I don't know what the impact would be on
Yeah,
our staff, but this would leave, this is taking it down by about a third, and it would leave the remaining funding for that, for a position in the budget, so.
Isaac, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I am also open to making, as I said, I think we have to make tough decisions. Consider myself an environmentalist, but I also understand that we all are going to have to make some compromises and give some things up. But I do think that I would like to hear from the director of the planning department to know what would be there may be things that we don't know. I know there are things that I don't know. That's what, I come to this with humility and knowing that if this position, I would like to know about the economic impact of this position being reduced as well in terms of, is there grant funding that is coming in that would be affected, and would we actually lose some of our revenue if this position were to be cut? That sort of thing. So I think it would behoove ourselves to get a little bit of more information, but I am open to exploring this, as I am open to exploring reductions in all of the departments.
Well, I think, John, would you like to speak more to this?
Oh, well, I could just say that the planning department contributed to this summary. This is what they felt you would need to know to make a decision on this for budgetary purposes, and it's up to you. If you want to do more of a presentation and get more information, we can schedule that, but you have very short time to make hard decisions here.
I mean, it's getting to the point where every item that we're discussing has, the special pleading, and I'm guilty of that as well, but it's like, it makes our job harder. So taking the emotion out of it would behoove us. Let's hear from.
May I say one more thing? So, Peter, your comment about the halftime position might, the person will leave. I think that's not a fair thing to assume at this point. I think it is important to be able to, I think it's exciting that our town would like to have sustainability initiative like coverage, and a part-time position is what we could afford. And if we cut it to a part-time position, it will be in the budget as a part-time position.
Right.
And so that's a budgetary thought, not anything more than that.
Well, I guess, to be fair, I sort of made that statement as if this same thing was being proposed to me, what my reactions are, given my financing and my budgeting, what my next move would need to be. And my next move would probably, if going from a full-time position to a half-time position would not meet my personal budgetary requirements, I would be forced to make a move. And that move would be to exit this position. Now that's just, I'm guilty of saying that would be my move personally. So, if my earning potential is no longer there at the level that I've grown accustomed to, I might have to find it elsewhere. That could also, to your point, that could also mean that person does contract work outside of the job to fill that gap. But, the one thing I've said throughout this entire process is that I am not a fan of removing people from their jobs. And I am still not a fan, but I'm also beginning to realize and being squeezed, if you will, into submission, into thinking that this may be the only path forward. I will do it with great trepidation. I don't appreciate the way it makes me feel. Just to address something both Oscar and Isaac have said, to drag out that process feels a little bit more cruel. So in saying well, especially if the board decides we still need to make that reduction, I should emphasize that. So if we drag this out for another meeting and still come to this conclusion, then there's a cruelty to that for me personally. That would make it a much harder decision as a human being to think that through. So I understand the want more information, but I don't know. You read Hugh Barber's thing last night. That feels draconian to me. So I'll just leave it there.
I just want to step back a little. John had asked us several times and to keep the conversation at a service you can afford level, and that way we don't risk bringing ourselves down to it's more of a question of what we can afford versus the personal decisions that the person holding this position might have or feel. And so I think we just all should keep it on the level of select board policy decisions. And then we'll hear these two comments and then we'll have a break. Robin?
I just wanted to say, I could be wrong, but my impression about this position is that a large portion of the responsibilities is applying for grants. So I wonder if cutting a position whose job is collecting more revenue for the town is the best place to cut. I just, question what impact that's going to have on the town's ability to procure grants. That's all.
I just want to respond to that because there will be no federal sustainability grants in the next however long the Orange Menace stays in office. I have a friend who works for a large environmental nonprofit. He was waiting in dread to hear that the federal government is intending to change the tax code so that people who are donating money to a climate action private charity would no longer be tax deductible. So those repercussions would be such that this position would be applying for grants in vain, that they won't exist.
I'd like to ask John a question. How many of our town departments apply for grants for their basic functioning as department heads or other operations?
I mean, almost all of our departments apply for grants. We typically receive somewhere in the $3 million range a year across all the department heads doing grants. The planning department supports an awful lot of them. They do a really good job in supporting all the departments with their grant writing and
inputting. Was it Nell or Kate? No.
Nell Mayo, District 8. You might notice I'm wearing an Efficiency Vermont shirt. I do not work for them. I do work in high performance. I actually think my point piggybacks off of Liz's quite well, because my boss is very afraid of a recession, and he is actually receiving so many requests from clients because they are really trying to jump on Efficiency Vermont rebates while they still exist. So my point that I want to get across here is if you're spreading the cost of what I believe was proposed as a $37,000 reduction across the tax base, what the individual benefit might be to residents to be able to have assistance in going through an arduous application process, specifically to Efficiency Vermont, just to talk on what I feel more familiar with, because we work with them on a personal level at my company. They're still here for now. You know, my boss is in constant updates with those people, and people are trying to get them done while they still can. And the amount of savings that it can be on a homeowner, especially in a town like Brattleboro, like all of Vermont, where we have these, you know, early 1900s homes, late 1800s, retrofitting is really important. So I'm just saying that it might be worth, to the point that Oscar made about what do we get for the value of what's spent, it might be worth it to residents. I do wonder, off of basically because of the conversation of the transfer station, where it's like we might be able to revisit a portion of this mid-budget year. Would there be able to be a motion that included revisiting the position in relation to federal funding being affected and how that trickles down to the state? I feel, with having limited information, this position would be worth it solely to help residents access those Efficiency Vermont funds for the impact on their retrofits of homes. Sometimes it's the make or break of the job, right? There's a specific network of us who are like able to do those jobs directly with Efficiency Vermont, so the funding is like taken care of in a way easier way. So would there be a way to say, it's available now, we're steaming forward to help people get this while it can still be got? Maybe by August it's gone. Maybe can we revisit it then? I don't know if that's possible.
Isn't the whole point of Efficiency Vermont to help the individual homeowner? So
it's the point.
This
I
is
wouldn't
really
say how
an
effective they are at it.
intermediary. You know, actually, the sustainability coordinator had a recent collaboration with Efficiency Vermont. They came to the farmers market every week. They were, you know, they've done that. Okay. It was like the year of Brattleboro when Efficiency Vermont took Brattleboro on as essentially a client that they were marketing their services. But so I think your point does not sell keeping the position because Efficiency Vermont is there to do that work themselves.
I appreciate the additional context. Yeah, I'm speaking from what I know from my job, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Let's take a break and then vote. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 8:15.
I didn't get a chance to eat my snack. I was too busy yakking.
I think she just.
Okay, let's call this meeting back to order. Great. Final comments before we vote on reduction in the planning department. Oh, there's 2 comments on Zoom.
There are. We'll go to Stephen Dotson.
Sure.
Good evening, planning department. Good evening, select board. I am the person in the position you're discussing, and I just wanted to answer some questions if you are interested in interrogating me. How about that? I can tell you if you want to know whether I would leave the position if reduced. But I'm not here to try and put things upon you. Does that make sense? You were begging the question, and I'm here in the meeting, so.
This is a point of order for the chair and town manager. Oh, gosh. Oh, thing's not on. Now it's on. This is a point of order for the chair and town manager. If this is
germane,
well, if it's
appropriate.
Well, no, just a personnel matter because John mentioned that previously in the meeting.
Very good point, Amanda. Thank you. Yes, Stephen, I don't think that's appropriate, but I thank you for your willingness to join our meeting.
If ever there's a chance to present as an earner and explain all of that, I'd be very happy to do so. And the other thing I would just share is that there are a number of grants that are active that I've been working on with Department of Public Works specifically that are expected to continue and proceed. Those have been for wastewater and water treatment plant improvements. There's tax credits, there's other things. I could get into it, but only when you all want to hear from me. So I'm here at your service.
Do you have questions, Oscar?
Well, this is the kind of information that I'd be very uncomfortable making a decision tonight without having. This doesn't feel like quite the way to get it. It feels a little intense and almost personal, but this is the sort of thing that I would like to hear about at a more detailed presentation Thursday? I don't think we're our process has been derailed a little bit by these numbers. I don't think we're in a breakneck rush towards a Tuesday finish line anymore. And I would be really uncomfortable making this decision. Well, I would vote no on making this decision right now. There are things Stephen just mentioned that I don't know about. And I don't feel like we appropriately understand the costs and the benefits right now, so.
Okay, so I value your opinion. I just would caution all of us that there must be a time this evening when people will be willing to cut the budget.
I am willing to cut the budget, but I'm also personally going to want to make decisions on a case-by-case basis based on how I feel. And there are things in here that I feel much more solidly about, and this is an area where I feel like we have a very bare minimum of information.
All right.
And for example, we talked sort of generally about how there are no more grants anymore, and it sounds like that's not true. So that sounds like something that would be really important to our decision-making.
Any grant that has the word climate change or sustainability will be not available.
Possibly, that's...
Grants, and of course, what Stephen was talking about is water and wastewater, which is a different category.
Right, and also not all grants are federal, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think this is a decision we need to rush to make on first hearing. That's really all I'm saying. And if the board feels differently, that's not my call, but I don't think, a 4-day wait and a 10-minute presentation from the planning department is going to stop us from doing our work. And we did hear similar upfront, I mean, we had a meeting that was possible reductions in public safety, and we started it with a 90-minute presentation on the value of the department and the work they do. So I don't feel like it's an
Oh, that's
unreasonable
because
request.
that specific question was called into question over and over again at representative town meeting.
Sure, but it was also to inform the decision we made.
Okay, so.
Chair Liz?
Yes?
I would like to suggest a compromise here again. And because I think as I said, we have some big numbers to get down. We're looking at $419,000 more than we were looking at, was it 2 days ago when we gathered? And what I want to propose is that we do the same with this item as we did with that list of things that we went through a week ago. Do you remember when we were looking at that list of possible reductions that the previous select board had considered, some which they had moved forward and some they had not moved forward, which we moved forward?
So you want to create a slate?
Yes, and that this could be added to that slate of things that we will then look at and that would be included in the next budget that we review. But that is not a final decision, just like we got some more information about the mover that we didn't know when we made the initial decision to put that on the slate, and that information changed our minds, and we voted unanimously to change that. Do you follow me?
I do follow you. I think you're dragging this out, but.
It's somewhere between asking for a 90-minute presentation from the planning department director.
I think you said 10 minutes.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Well, it's to move this forward and to get that in the next budget as a reduction, but to still have, as a process, a chance for the planning department director to share any remarks around potential impact, so that we'd at least know that we had given the courtesy and done the due diligence of getting that presentation, having a chance to ask them any questions.
Okay, well, what I'm hearing is similar to what I just said a few minutes ago, in that our town manager is responsible for the planning department, and he's perfectly capable of answering questions you may have, or discussing this position. And yes, there are a few paragraphs in this report, but follow-up questions can be made, and I think that we have the wherewithal to vote on this matter now, and I think we should, and we can hear more about it later, depending on the vote, and so forth. But I think we have to do the work that's in front of us.
Madam Chairwoman, I agree with you, but I also am hearing Oscar and Isaac requesting a compromise, and that more information is needed. And so maybe we can table this till later in the meeting after more contemplation, or our group is not ready to make this budget cut, and it will fail. I'm hearing that. And so maybe we should move on to another. It's sort of like you're taking, a standardized test, and it says if you can't quickly get to an answer, move to the next one. And if you
Okay,
have
but
time.
sooner or later, we got to fill in those circles.
We sure do, but there are more things on this list.
So let me just let me just say, I don't want to revisit this later in the meeting. All right. If the decision is to punt it to next Tuesday, which again, you know how I feel about that, then that's the decision we should make, and look forward to discussing it again next Tuesday and figuring it out then. If that's the decision, then that's the decision we make. If we're going to call in and has support to reduce this to a halftime position, then that's the decision we should make. But we definitely need to make a decision on this right now.
So staff are happy to provide whatever information you guys need to make hard decisions like this. I'm not sure I mean, I really need to know what that information is, and we can bring it back to you. If there's something on like how we're supporting resilience efforts and how we're supporting the Energy Committee and the Agricultural Advisory Committee that you need to know more about to make this decision, please tell me what that is, and I can put that together and get it to you.
And I just want to be clear, I'm not trying to hold the board hostage to me saying I don't want to do this. I'm just making a request. If the board goes a different way, that's the process. I'm just putting my oar in.
Well, I think this is an agonizing decision and that we're adding to the agony.
So to Liz's point and what I said earlier, right? I mean, so I'm just gonna talk about what just happened. So that gentleman who popped on the screen, we are directly talking about his livelihood. That was what that looks like.
I agree.
These are the decisions that we have to make, right? I don't want to make it. I told you how I feel about cutting staff. Everybody knows how I feel about cutting staff. I'm not in favor of it. I am in favor of raising revenue. I'll have those conversations all day long. But what happened is highly uncomfortable. And you know, and I know it's got everybody like on pins and needles and not wanting to make that decision.
Frankly, every decision you have from here on in is going to be like this. We're talking about people. We're talking about, you know, impacts to people's lives. And, you know, some things that I hear constantly from the staff is they really don't like being discussed in public, their futures and their lives, which you can all understand. But if you want to find another $400,000 or $500,000, it means you have to make some hard decisions about which services you want us to provide.
So I will further compromise the compromise, okay? And I will say that we will get a 10-minute presentation from the planning board next Tuesday, at which point we make a decision one way or the other, up or down, as to this proposal. But that's the last time we're doing that tonight. That's my compromise. From now on, we make decisions based on these items that are coming up. We can't keep pushing this out. Our job here is to lower this number. Or our job is to huddle up and talk about one of the best campaigns to pass this budget now. I mean, those are our two choices.
I'd like to speak to the matter. And this comes because you talk a lot, Peter, about your own personal experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to share something from my personal experience in the farming sector. There's a lot of things out of our control, and sometimes we have to cut. We have to cut staff. We have to do all the work ourselves because we can't afford to hire people. And that is a reality that happens sometimes in an organization. In my perspective, something is better than nothing. That meaning that having a position changed yet intact, with the potential to, with a better, more robust town funding situation, that it could go to a full-time again. This is a reasonable amount to cut from the budget. I apologize that it is going to affect a person, but it's a policy decision. And so I guess I'm going to go back to let's vote. Let's do it. I backed off of that. That's the chair. It's the chair's decision, but that's where I'm coming from. So.
I think, who do we have on Zoom?
We have 3 hands on Zoom, Jessica Dolan, Spoon, and Dick DeGray.
Go ahead.
Jessica?
Hi, guys. I want to contribute that work in the environmental sector. I've been working for tribal government and environment for the last 5 years on federal contracts. And so I have some background in what's going on with the federal transition and the fiscal landscape with that. And I want to affirm that everyone in the environment world right now is currently pivoting. It's like game on for us. And we're not just going to go softly into the night. Basically, we're all pivoting to find different revenue sources for grant making, something that I've done quite a lot over the last 6 years and actually surprisingly been successful at even in Brattleboro. And so I'd like to confirm, even though I don't know Stephen and haven't talked to him personally, but I know from sitting on the Connecticut River Watershed Council, from working in the environment field, from doing a lot of this work and being personally affected by it, that we're all still looking for different revenue sources. And that's incredibly important right now, even more so important now that we have this particular federal administration at the helm. We are looking, and not only that, but the philanthropic world is also pivoting and resisting what's going on at the federal level. So grant getting is very important. So a possible move would be to restructure the position so that it's full-time dedicated to grant getting, so revenue generating for planning and sustainability in Brattleboro, and work with the sustainability coordinator to connect with other, like the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission or other entities in Vermont, to be able to fill in the cuts that were made at the municipal level. It's possible through contracting to do very focused work in very few hours. I mean, that's what I've done. So anyway, I just want to contribute, like if there's a way to still support that work, it is a source of revenue. It will be a source of revenue. It's not correct that the federal administration is successful at completely eliminating that and punishing anyone who tries to go for it. We are all pivoting right now. And I think there could be ways to support both town planning and the sustainability coordinator to do effective work and generate revenue for critical stormwater, storm management, infrastructure. All of climate adaptation is actually infrastructure. So just we'll talk about it in terms of infrastructure rather than climate adaptation. And if anyone wants to have a conversation with me about that outside of this meeting, I know my time's up, but I am completely open to doing that because that is something that I've dedicated my life to for the last couple decades. Thank you. Oh, District 8. I'm a rep from District 8.
Spoon?
Spoon. Interesting books, Mr. Agave. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Spoon?
Okay, maybe he's not there. Let's move on.
Go to Dick DeGray.
Okay. Let's go to Dick DeGray and maybe come back to Spoon.
For some reason, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't see you.
We can hear you,
We
Dick.
hear you and see you.
Okay, now I can see you. Thank you. Watching this whole process has been becoming more painstakingly difficult for me as a former board member. And I have great sympathy for the 3 new board members who have been thrust into this position. Town meeting really did you a disservice by not giving you a number to get to. Really did you a disservice. And given Oscar has some background being on the finance committee, but you have 2 board members who have no experience in what you're going through. And you can say that about every board member, but when you get elected in March, by the time you get to the fall and do your budget, you have been reviewing budgets and you have a better understanding of what's going on. Everybody that has been coming forward to you, they make a great case. And I'm not poo-pooing that, but you're there to make some really difficult decisions that I don't think that you thought you were going to have to make this early on in your tenure. Now, this recommendation here is being cut to a half-time position. And you know what? If you were eliminating it, then you could say, you know what, maybe I do need a presentation to better understand what's going on. But you're not eliminating the position. It's going to part-time. And so that would make it a whole lot easier for me if I was sitting where you were. And I know the next several items up, they're going to be difficult choices. And so I wish you the best of luck, but the reality is we are in a situation that none of you put yourselves in, but you have to deal with. I don't get a vote, but I can tell you that I would certainly support cutting this position to part-time. And I don't know what the future is, and if the future changes, then you can revisit putting the position back to full-time. But you can't keep putting decisions off like you have been doing and going, okay, 4 people came and they spoke about X and you put money back into the budget. You got to make some hard decisions and get to a number that I feel very sorry for you. But that's what that's what you ran, and you said, I want to sit in those seats. And guess what? It's not as pleasant once you get to those seats as when you're sitting out here where I am in the cheap seats. And I have great empathy for all of you, and I'm a supporter of yours. But you definitely need to start making some tough decisions. Thank you. Sorry, I went over.
11 whole seconds. Thank you. Sue?
I'm going to try this in a calmer voice than the last time I brought up this topic. Looking at this list of stuff that you want to touch on, have input on for budget reductions, it's painful. It's something, quite frankly, I don't think you should be doing. I think what you should do is tell Mr. Potter what you want your bottom line to be, and he goes back to the department heads and says, meet this target. Tell me what that looks like for each of your departments. They're the ones that have to handle what you think the RTM will approve. So that is the most expeditious way to do it. Now, individually, you may not like some of the outcomes that those department heads think they need to do in order to run their departments efficiently, but your job is to tell them this is what we think we can get past, and let them make those decisions and come back to you with what that looks like. This is incredibly painful. We all have a vested interest in something here. We can all be persuasive about what we think ought to stay in the budget. But if you truly think you can't support this increase, this outlined, what this looks like right now, based on last week's changes, if you really think you can't support this, then you owe it to John, you owe it to the department heads, you owe it to the staff, you owe it to all the programming to say what you will do, what you can support to take to RTM, and then let them do their job. I can't emphasize it enough. This is too painful, and it is humiliating for department heads and staff. Please let them do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar?
Just a couple quick responses. I think that that we have to balance moving quickly and decisively with being deliberative and thoughtful. I think it's important for anyone watching to realize that this entire packet we got 24 hours ago. And I don't think that we have been in the business of putting off decisions meeting after meeting. I think there's been a pattern of talking about something, leaving it till the next meeting, and coming back and making a decision. And so I don't think it's, replying to Dick, that I don't think it's improper or can-kicking to see a list of ideas and come back, what would it be, 4 or 5 days later and make a final decision. When it comes to Sue asking department heads for recommendations, I think there's a good chance we may end this meeting by asking John to do that, but I think that we've got a list in front of us that we asked for, and we have a responsibility to work through it and get to the end.
Isaac?
I happen to agree 100% with what Sue Belleville just said. we don't always see eye to eye on everything, but on this, I actually agree. We have to make some really big cuts, and there are limitations to the knowledge that we as select board members have, and I believe that is the most respectful thing, is to be able to give our input on these things, create a slate like we did before. I think that process worked well, and this is one of those things that could go on that slate of things that would then be incorporated into the next budget that we look at, as well as asking for a total amount that would be reduced from this budget that we're looking at. I mean, we have to make these sort of difficult decisions, and it's going to mean that we need to, all of the departments are going to need to be able to contribute something.
So I got a list right here that I looked at John's memo and I said,
Hey, Liz, can
Yeah.
I just interject?
Yeah.
I think this would be a good time for you to pull out your list.
Thank you. Of course, top of my list was cat license. However, I looked at this and I thought, we've got to reduce the budget. And so I'll just tell you what they are, and then, we can color the rest of our conversation. We can cut it short, we can, whatever, okay? And each one of these decisions is painful. And if we had our druthers, I would not create this list, okay? Assistant town manager, $140,000. The IT position is already in the budget. The finance director position is already in the budget. The DPW highway position is $65,000. The planning position is $37,367. I would suggest we cut another $5,000 of the art fund, which means cutting it from $20,000 to $10,000. And this fire sign is another $10,000. If you subtract the $52,000 from the cat license, that's $321,039 from the budget that we just got yesterday. So there's a slate. We can give John this information, and he can go and he can see if he can work with his staff and come up with any more.
Okay, wait, help me understand. So we're saying no assistant town manager at least for a year.
That's correct.
We are, okay, thanks. So finance director at 0 means that those savings and reshufflings are already in the budget, so that's not another savings.
Mm-hmm.
DPW highway, is that the plowing and the, okay. The part-time planning position, 5,000 from the arts fund and fire signs. So what does that not include? The last one is fire signs.
What does that not include?
Well,
Well,
and what was fire signs? Is that in here?
fire signs. John, you want to tell us what fire signs is?
I don't know what that one.
The fire department is
interrogated.
Is that the,
Interrogated.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
fire.
Is
I
that
guess-
the
Well, it sounds like
additional-
that'll be an easy cut then.
Is that the fire outside revenue?
Nobody knows what it is?
Fire
Good.
it's fire
Fire
outside revenue.
revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's not already in here?
It's in there.
Okay, so that's
Oh,
not,
that's
that's not
in there.
new.
Okay.
But I think it's actually 309.
309039. Okay, people.
So what does that not include off our list, I think would be the,
Let's see. Well, it's nothing from the library. Let's see.
No rec and parks
No rec and park,
and no further DPW.
no further DPW,
no HR from point
no
three.
HR. This check and process AP invoices is
Finance.
already in there. Is that
Yes, it's already in there.
already in there? Winter Road. Provide graphic design and video production is not in there. Maintaining this skating and acres of park. What did that end up being, this?
On the next page, it shows the potential savings.
The potential savings is 34,000. You know, I know that the skating rink, as it says here in this memo, is used all day long. And so it's kind of a misnomer to think that there'd be any savings, because the schools that use the skating rink provide revenue. Oh, look, Spoon came over. They provide revenue to the town because all the different school districts pay for the skate time. Isn't that correct, Carol?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not in favor of that. That's not on the list. This, vacancy shifts. Would you like to discuss that? John?
Yeah, I mean, really, that has to do with the vacancies that are currently open and whether you could consider them in the budgeting process. I'm suggesting here that life safety positions should not be, and that includes a dispatcher, a fire alarm superintendent, and a firefighter EMT. The remaining four, one is the APAR specialist, which is already in the budget as a reduction in, from a full-time to a part-time position for considerable savings, around 44,000, I think. The other three are the finance director, which is in the budget as a reduction and outsourcing, with not a lot of savings because we still need those services provided. The information technology coordinator, which again also is a minor savings because we think we need to cover those needs with outsourcing. And then the assistant town manager position, which I've been waiting to see where you all wanted to go to decide what to do with that. So that is a potential savings of 140,600.
And that, you know, that position affects all of us. But, you know, in the interest of our immediate need to cut the budget, I think that we have to bite the bullet on that. John has to bite the bullet on that.
So a clarifying question. So if we decide this is the budget and we like everything that's on Liz's list and RTM is like, yeah, we're all in except the assistant town manager, at that point, they can add that back into the budget, correct?
Well, let's just make it clear that RTM does not have line item veto of our budget.
Right, but they could say, add 140 back into your budget, please.
Yes, they can.
And we all know what that means.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think of that?
I would like to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. So, reading the memo, I think this is all public information. You guys were able to see the backup materials online, right? So, I'm not in favor of cutting the Department of Public Works position. I am interested in overtime hours. You know, so those are some hard decisions. We have a big snow like we had this winter. There would be delays on plowing those sidewalks. It wouldn't be maybe a clear sidewalk for kids to walk to school in the morning. That is a sacrifice I think that would have to be made, unfortunately. But I am not in favor of cutting a Department of Public Works worker. Their department does so much to just keep the essential things going in our community. So, but I'm just one vote. So that's my take.
Oscar?
I think that is what we're talking about, actually. Liz has down the 65039, which is to reduce winter road and sidewalk maintenance.
If you continue reading, it actually says
Does it?
that it would be an entry-level position would be
Isn't that-
eliminated. And that person is actually on staff currently.
Hang on, let me.
It's on page 11 of 47.
Let me look at this with you so you can.
John, would you like to discuss whether this is overtime or a staff position?
Yeah, it's a staff position.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
And is there opportunity to reduce overtime hours in the DPW as Amanda is suggesting?
Yes, I don't think it will get quite the 65,039. However, removing that position probably will increase your overtime significantly. So that is a potential cost.
That is a pitfall, isn't it?
Yep, yep.
Okay, so can you describe or can you estimate a certain savings in the budget by reducing the overtime in the DPW?
Yes, we have a speculative $30,000 reduction in overtime in DPW, which I think will be difficult for them, but it would require some policy decisions on your part to accept a different level of service in the
And that's
community.
already in, right?
Yeah, it is, yep.
So that's not a new number, sadly.
So that's not a new number, so we're taking, well, let's.
Provisionally.
Let's have a quick little vote on that item.
Should we?
I'm confused. Will you get me back to speed on what specifically? What little item were we? voting on?
How the rest of the board feels on the DPW position.
And do we need to listen to the public as well?
I'd like
before
to
we
before
vote?
we do a binding vote
Sure.
at least.
Spoon,
Oh, everybody.
Ms. Smith after that, and then David and, whoa, Robin. Let's start with Spoon, because he came all the way down here from Zoom.
Spoon, you left your computer on, pointed at some books.
I'm not good at technology. I got the message that I should unmute, which I thought I did, but somehow the final
Well,
connection didn't
you're
work.
unmuted
You are
now.
now.
I'm unmuted now, good. I've been watching the meeting at home, and like other people have said, it's very painful. Not so much painful for this cut or that cut or this proposal or that proposal, but the angst, the pain for you to be doing what you have to do, but what you think you have to do. I heard it said, I think, that it's so hard to sit here and listen to pleading for this or that. It's a very emotional kind of process that you're in right now. It's exceedingly difficult because it came on very fast when RTM decided not to pass the budget. So you're unprepared, you have new people on the board. Everything is saying you're not in the right process now. And you don't have the data you need when you make a statement like people can't afford it. What you're really talking about is that segment of the population that would be dramatically affected by $200 or $300 or $400 one way or the other. You're not talking about the whole population. Much of it is the poorest are protected with the circuit breaker, and many people are wealthy enough to handle it. Some people at RTM stood up and said, we can handle it. But of course, for some people, so it's a small segment that you're trying to protect here. I don't think you can right now. The issue is too big. There are too many things to talk about, too much data to collect, too much to think about the future. What's going to happen next year and the year after and the year after? All of that needs to start to come into play when you're doing the budget. My proposal, my suggestion is do what you can to take some of the larger and easier items out of the budget. Do not nitpick over 2,000, 10,000, 20 or 30. Look for the big items. Do one thing, do a hiring freeze. You've got enough personnel in this town, over a year, you're going to lose 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, you don't know. But that will help with the budget. And it's not to say you can't hire, but with the hiring fees, you wouldn't hire unless it was demonstrated that there was absolutely no other way to go. And just start next year's budget now, where you can really have time to get all the facts, all the statistics, all the data, all the start looking at the future, what you really think is going to happen. It's not going to get better. It's
Okay,
going to
Spoon.
get worse.
Time's up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Smith.
Thank you. Jennifer Smith, District 7. Sidewalk plowing means a lot to me. I was here 14 years ago to fight for sidewalk plowing because I walk a lot on the sidewalks. Guys would plow the opposite side of my street, but not my side of the street. Came when my kids were 2, and I fought really hard for 2 years. You guys finally came to my side of the street, and we were like cheering as you guys came by. I am now a runner, and I run in the middle of the dark down those sidewalks. It also affects all our mailmen because they're delivering mail in the middle of the dark. I think it's a huge safety issue not to have your sidewalks plowed because your mailman is now delivering your mail, but he is in the street and you can't see him. Not everybody wears reflective gear, and even if you do wear reflective gear, which I do every morning, people do not pay attention to you. I don't know if you're going to completely give up 15 miles. That's a lot of miles in this town, but we had a huge, heavy winter. I just think that's a huge safety concern for people. Guess I don't know what else to say, but I just
Great. Thank you very much. David.
This is just David Lovemark, District 9. This is just clarification. If I quote you correctly, Ms. McLaughlin, you said the figure was 309 that you had?
Well, it's ever-changing, because I think we're going to take the DPW person out anyway, and I think John's adding it up.
Yeah, right. But the other question is...
248.
Okay, with the finance director, is that net of what we're paying for the consultant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Same for IT. The savings is, yeah.
All right. Oh, let's see. How about Kate?
Hi, Kate O'Connor. I'm just asking a clarifying question because it's 9 o'clock and I'm totally confused as to what you were doing. Are you going back to the memo, or is this a whole new list? I'm really sorry, but I'm lost, and people I'm texting with are lost too.
What I'm trying to do is to, in the interest of time and torture, create a slate that I found palatable, and hope that my colleagues can join me in having a group vote or a slate that we can vote on that will give direction to the town manager, and then he can do as what's been said in, we're giving him direction on the big things, and let's see what he comes back with. So that's the goal. I'm hoping, that if we take the DPW highway position out, that it will be more oh gosh, the number keeps going down.
And Kate, this is all from the memo. Everything
It's
on
all in
this
the
list
memo.
is in this numbered list somewhere.
Now we're down to 182,000.
What just happened to it?
Yeah.
The DPW.
Stop talking.
I'm not sure what was before.
If you were at 248,006, if you take out the highway position, it's down to 182,967.
I thought 248 was after taking out the 65.
No.
Then
I got an app for that.
All right, let's,
What else did we? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
This is actually a point of information.
Yeah.
Sure. And then Robin, and then Nell, and then
So with this
Stephanie's
slate,
daughter.
will we actually also have a discussion about the proposed 3 firefighter addition?
That's a separate issue.
Thank you.
Yes. Robin.
My question is sort of along the lines of what Kate was asking, and I just want to really agree with Susan's comment about the process, and I can tell that, you guys are really struggling, and that's because you started with cuts, which is the hardest, but Peter said he had some ideas about revenue. So I wonder if you guys might want to, after this part of the thing that you're on completes, talk about revenue a little bit more, and then once you've arrived at some numbers there, maybe come up with, like Dick DeGray was saying, a number to direct, here's how much we want the budget to be, and then maybe John would be able to go and come back with something, because this is just not what everyone was expecting when you left the meeting on Tuesday. You guys were expecting you're going to come with and be talking about a number that's $200,000 less than what the budget was. So like, that's why this seems very difficult and rushed, because you're suddenly faced with $600,000 more than you thought the budget was. So there's so many things on the list, and it's hard to have a discussion about all of the things. So it's like you're kind of like bopping around in a way that feels a little bit pinballish. But I think that it would be good to have more time to like just have a discussion of like, what number are we trying to get to? And then give the department heads a chance to be like, okay, well, that number is, X% less than what we have now. So we want to reduce this whole number by like 3%. So can everybody bring their budget down by 3%? And then John would be able to come back to you guys with something that included that type of things. Or maybe you would need to come down that much if you're going to come up with a magic revenue idea. And I have an idea for that part of the conversation too.
Kate? Was Nell? Yeah. I see the hand, and my depth perception must be off. Yeah.
Same here, too. So Nell Mayo, District 8, once again. First, if it is of any help, what I have written down for what Liz had proposed was her slate without the CAT license, $321K. Some possibility for RTM to direct back $140K if they want to subtly say we want an assistant town manager. And then I would assume the DPW $65K would be subtracted from that $321. That is how I followed it. Yeah. I have a couple clarifying questions about overtime. I will not include questions about fire overtime at this moment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So apologies for my ignorance here. I did not get through the whole memo in my workday. I'm curious about how much overtime outside of the fire department is actually affecting the budget, if that is a similar situation where it is threefold the budgeted amount. So that's a curious thing for me for how much emphasis should be put on it. Also curious about the rate of it, because we heard from Chief Simons that the rate for fire overtime is 2.16, right? Which is much higher than, I think, the general assumption of overtime at 1.5. So I'd be curious. I would be curious about what that rate is across town departments. I would also be curious specifically what it is for DPW, if we see a lot of variance across departments. And if cutting the DPW position, though that seems to be unpopular maybe, would chase into the same issue that we are encountering in fire, even if at a much lower number. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Who is it?
We have Gemma, Dick DeGray, and Sarah's iPad on the line.
All right. Let's hear him, and then it's back to us. So get ready.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Thank you for speaking up.
Hi, Ray Carpenter Ranquist, Bethany's daughter. I just wanted to comment on the sidewalks really quickly. My dad is blind. He's legally blind. He has virtually no vision left. He has very little vision. If you don't pave and clear the sidewalks, he can't walk. His cane will not pick up anything that's actually in the way of him, and it will instead just pick up the cracks and the bumps and the snow and the leaves, and he will instead have to walk in the road, which I think we can all agree is a lot more unsafe. And my dad is not the only blind person in Brattleboro. There is a wide disabled community here, and I think a reminder needs to be had that there are people that cannot function on sidewalks that are a bit more dingy, and there's some cracks and bumps, and we don't clear them as much. That is really, really harmful to some people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from the people on Zoom, and then we're back to the board to make some decisions.
Go to Gemma first.
More RTM District 8. I understand that while this is a public meeting, it is not a meeting of the public. But with that in mind, I'd like to advise the select board members of a few items that I think warrant inspection without necessarily asking for direct responses. I previously brought this up in the discussion of the increased non-resident library fees, but regarding the increases in fees for various items, what kind of modeling has been done to anticipate a reduction in demand and therefore a possible reduction in revenues due to fewer people choosing to avail themselves of these services due to the higher fees? It would be really unwise to assume that demand will remain static at a higher price. Why are we talking about all these small numbers and not talking about the large numbers where the biggest cuts can be made? Many of the reductions that have been proposed are worth far more to the public than their line items might indicate, like sidewalk maintenance, bicycle infrastructure, and the library. I'm not hearing any real discussion of how on earth $419,000 was added to the proposed budget. Many of the line item increases are attributed to better estimates. How is it possible that the previous estimates were that far off? Salary reductions appear to be offset in many areas by increased contract fees. For instance, the deferral of the IT coordinator position is leading to a $90,000 increase in contract costs. This also appears to be the case for the finance department, and it may not be the only example. In some cases, we have minor savings doing this, but those minor savings on paper may not result in real-world savings. I was under the impression that hiring an additional 3 fire department personnel was going to lead to a net savings, but that doesn't appear to be the case in this revision of the budget. And finally, I would like to recommend as a point of order that any votes taken by the select board be audible votes for the benefit of those who cannot see the silent raising of hands, and so that there is an audio record of the vote tally. Thank you.
Dick DeGray.
Dick DeGray.
Thank you. There's an old saying, sexy. And when you're talking about public works, those are the grunt workers of our community. And when John says, well, there's going to be some service reductions, well, in that memo, I believe that not removing snow downtown would be one of those service reductions. We've already heard a number of people complaining about the parking system, good, bad, or indifferent. And now you're going to affect those businesses by not doing snow removal. And considering the winter that we just had, that would be unconscionable to people who have business. And one other thing that you need to think out is that those businesses are bringing in sales tax and rooms and meals taxes for the stores that are downtown. So I think it is really short-sighted here. And I'm not sure if Dan Tyler was consulted. I hope that John talked to him, and did John offer up this cut? This would be really bad in terms of every way that you look at this. When I looked at the budget, if it wasn't for Public Works this past year, they saved the town $200,000. They were the only department that didn't go over budget, and now we're going to punish them. You're not going to touch the library. You gave money back to the arts, and here you are, and you want to cut their overtime. These guys, their overtime is caused by nature. It's not caused by, okay, we're doing something that we don't need to do. And if we have a mild number, you're going to be great with your number. But we can't predict that. And so I think that cutting that overtime line item is an artificial savings, because you look at what's going on in the fire department, our police department, they put in a number and they have skyrocketed over with it. And now you're punishing Public Works, who stays under budget. I think it is very short-sighted if you touch anybody in the Public Works department. Thank you.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, there's one more. There was one more? I'm so sorry. Sarah?
Oh, all right. She's the last one. Sorry about that.
I think she just put her hand down.
and just put her hand down.
Okay.
Even better. Okay, not that I don't want to hear whatever anyone has to say, but
Not that we don't like seeing him, but Dick's still on the screen. Nothing personal, Dick.
let's take a stab at this slate that John has kept better records than I have, and see if we would like to vote for the group of items on that slate, and then we can take it from there.
Can we just go over that slate
Yeah,
one
I'm
more
going to
time?
ask John to read it off
So
for us.
okay, that's probably a better course of action than me trying to do that.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Yeah, you're so smart.
Do you want me to do that now?
I do.
Okay, so I have 3 things remaining out of what's in the memo. The assistant town manager at $140,600 savings. The sustainability position going to part-time for a $37,367 savings, and $5,000 more to take from the town arts fund, $5,000 for a total of $182,967. That's what I'm hearing on
What
this
about the
slate.
fire?
That's
Already
already
in
in the
It's
budget.
already in there.
Sadly.
Okay, so
Even
what's
though
the
we don't know
total?
what it is?
$182,967.
All right.
Okay, so 1,082,967 would, if, let's say we have a target of cutting 500,000 from the budget. If we approve this number, then our target number, for John to go back and do his magic, is $317,033. So I couldn't say now if that was doable, but if we can decide the 182,967, I think we will have accomplished something. How do we all feel on voting for that slate? Do you want to propose a motion?
I have a question about it. And first of all, I really appreciate you putting forward some ideas and batching them together. I think it's probably a more efficient way for us to be doing this. So thank you for doing that. The question I have is around the assistant town manager position, because we're talking about $140,000 more or less in savings. But I saw in this memo that there was a proposal to actually, in place of the assistant town manager, because the assistant town manager has had the role of supporting a lot of the contracting and the work on that DPW is doing on different maintenance projects, and that I'm imagining DPW doesn't have the capacity to do. There was a suggestion of a senior project manager role that would actually be less than $140,000, but what would save us $25,000, $30,000, something like that. So I'm thinking that when we're looking at this, should we be actually looking at the difference between the assistant town manager and do you follow me?
I follow, and John, would you care to comment? I'm looking at him right now.
Sure. So this is so people keep talking about a hiring freeze. It's kind of ridiculous to talk about that when you're thinking about budgeting. In budgeting, you have to think about what are you going to take out of the budget. And so, for example, we have a freeze right now on the assistant town manager. I've not hired that position. I've looked at 3 things on that. One is you could eliminate it completely, and that gets you $140,600 removed from the budget. The second thing is replace it with a different position that could cover some of its responsibilities at a slightly lower cost. That would be a savings of only $26,047. Or the third thing is to fill the position, say at the start of the budget, because I have been holding it for vacancy savings this fiscal year. So those are the kind of 3 options I've been just considering. And if the board said, no, we need, it's more important to the community to have the reduced taxes than it is to have an assistant town manager, then you could remove the whole $140,600. If instead you said, no, it's more important to the community to move forward on various townwide projects, then it would be the one you're talking about, Isaac, which would be a $26,047 reduction, and you would still get those services done by a slightly different position. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. So if we did not hire this other senior position that would be managing these projects, that work would either just be on a slower timeline and/or would fall to you and/or other department heads.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a recommendation on this item?
I mean, I do not have a recommendation because I knew I had till the end of the fiscal year to kind of figure it out, but knowing how much you weigh the value of a reduced tax level, I would just say whatever the board thinks you would most like to do. I
So-
don't have a recommendation.
So John's really taking it on the chin here. And I think we have to appreciate that of all the painful cuts, that's the most painful for John because it affects his ability to do his responsibilities and for his department. But, you know, he's offering it up for the good of the town, and I think we should take him up on it.
If, just procedurally, if we are going to vote on the planning services tonight, I'm going to vote no on that, which I may well lose. I'm not sure how we factor that into the concept of a slate. Given that there are only 3 things, we may want to vote on them individually because it'll take 2 seconds longer, but.
Here's what I'm going to recommend.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've been here for 3 hours, not that time means anything anymore, because it certainly doesn't.
Nope.
But we need to knock money out of this budget. So I know that we all want to hear from department heads, and both you and Isaac have been very vocal about that. We have the department head who is basically saying somehow with a Red Bull line item, he's gonna pull this off for the year. I agree with Liz. I think we should vote on this one item just to get the ball moving in the right direction. I know you want to slate, Liz, but I'm saying.
Well, I think that a slate has a lot to recommend itself to than an individual vote for agony reasons. And I think we should see, are there 3 votes for the reduction of $182,967?
So, and if the slate falls, then can we go back and?
Yeah.
I just have to say, I feel really strongly about one of the items on the slate and would like to vote for the other 2 items on the slate. I would like that vote to be recorded somehow, and I don't think that's a huge ask, given that it would probably take less time than this discussion.
Great.
All right. The $37,367 line item seems to be the one that is hinking this up. Just made that word up.
Mm-hmm.
Can we reform the slate to include the 140,600 and the 5,000 at least?
Sure.
Can we agree on that?
Woohoo, okay. Let's vote on the abbreviated slate. John, you want to read it off, please?
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that takes us down to, I don't think I really did, I kind of rounded, but, so it's a reduction of, what, $143 with the slate minus the 145,000? Okay.
145,600.
Okay, so, and my hope is that at this meeting, we're going to find 37,000 more of cuts before we leave this room to compensate for what we didn't take out.
But that's where revenue might come in.
Well, and cuts, I think we
hold
need
on,
both.
Because there will be another vote, and people will have a recorded vote for that planning department item.
I'm just thinking, I mean, I know, I heard Spoon loud and clear, like nickels and dimes, it's not going to get us to the point, but it's certainly going to help. If we didn't collect sap, every drop of it, whether it's a big run or a small run, we wouldn't have any syrup. So we have to find other accumulated savings that we aren't addressing on your slate. That's, so.
Yes,
I
yes.
like the slate we have now, I think fair, but I think we should find that difference.
Great.
I think all I'm saying is that we're going to vote on that too, and that may well pass the board, and we may well cut the full amount.
Why don't you take a vote on the
Yeah, we're working on it. Peanut Gallery. Yeah. Right. Okay, so let's vote on the slate. It's an abbreviated slate. It has 2 items on it. The assistant town manager position at $140,600, and the additional cut to the art fund of $5,000. $145,000 is $600. All in favor of that slate of 2 items, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Great. That's progress, people. Okay, now, do we want to vote on the planning department? All in favor of the planning department adjustment? Please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Then, are there other items in your memo, John, that
No, there's nothing else in here that is not already in the draft budget.
Okay.
So you might want to have a conversation about if you have a goal for what we bring back on Tuesday.
Right.
For additional.
Great. Okay, so what we would be doing now then would be, first of all, we are going to have a discussion on revenues because I know Peter would, and we all want to do that. But what's this number now, John? It's another
I'll have to figure it out.
40, it's like 300 and, no, it's changed. But it's the same idea now, so it's $317,033.
To get to 500 less.
But don't we need the 40?
I think you were both right. You're
No, that's
just
right.
calculating different. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, so $317,033 is the target that we're asking the town manager to come back to us with for a total of $500,000 savings.
Can I ask, where is that? I feel
Where's
like-
that going to come from?
Where's that number going to come from?
Where's that going to come from?
I mean-
Nobody knows, right?
Oh, I know.
John knows.
It's going to come from positions, a lot of the things that, we do every day, so.
I'm seeing some confusion in the audience. I'm wondering if there's a
Okay.
question,
So,
clarifying question.
so there has been discussion of if we make certain cuts based on this memo here, and then there has been discussion of a targeted amount needed to cut from the total general fund budget. And if that targeted amount is somewhere in the vicinity of $500,000, then the cuts that have to come from the budget after the votes that we just had would be $317,033. And so that's essentially what we're charging the town manager with to come back to us at our next meeting and see whether we all have the stomach for it.
Does that reduce looks of confusion in the audience? Could we take a question or two to?
Sure. Jackie?
So Jackie Reese, District 9. I know I missed a lot over the last month and a half. Are we not reducing anything other than town staff? Is there not going to be a reduction?
Oh.
I understand that there was another $6,000 that was added to the social services, or whatever you want to call it.
461,000, yes.
That hasn't been reduced at all?
That has not been reduced at all.
Is that going to be revisited?
No. Here's the thing. The select board does not control that amount. RTM has voted for the 2%, and whatever we come up with will include 2%. And we have no control over that. the public vote, et cetera, RTM has spoken.
So that's not the public vote. That's the RTM vote.
That's the RTM.
That's the RTM vote. We were not, the whole public was not given an opportunity to decide where their tax dollars is going to go.
That is correct.
It was,
That is correct.
Certain, I mean, and that has always been an item that's been on the RTM warning as long as it's been decided, so.
it doesn't make it right.
Maybe not, but it's not a new, surprising sort of.
But, I mean, we're talking about an extra $416,000 there. And then there's the $1,420 there, or $20,000 there. I mean,
This is a very painful lesson that we're making right now, in real time.
I'm like,
And of course, you're a member of the Finance Committee, so.
yeah, I know. But, there you
Quick,
go.
I don't know, I'm just going to say it because I want to, point of order. Is that, so with a new warned RTM, with RTM in full force, is that an item that can be revisited at that RTM?
No.
No? Okay.
Kate?
Hi, Kate O'Connor. I'm sorry, like the air in the back is not making my head do math tonight. So your target is to get $500,000 cut to, or a total of 500 between what you did and what you got asked the town manager. But you increased the budget by 418,000. So that would just be a net cut to the budget that you're going to send to RTM of what, $82,000. All right, I just want to make sure I understand that, because you're basically going to send the same budget back to RTM that we rejected, with just different
Well,
things
we're
cut.
sending a budget back to RTM with a significant amount of cuts. However, we've had this analysis of the budget, and we've discussed the structural elements of the budget, but we've also had the opportunity to revisit the budget with the auditor and the town manager to verify the previous budget estimates, and we've come up wanting. And so that's why there's additional money added in the budget.
Okay.
And, you know, our ability to cut any more becomes more and more limited.
Okay. I just think you might want to think about it, because sending something back that has the same thing isn't going to fly. But I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
So,
Oscar?
So I think maybe we should have put this in plain English at some point in this meeting. And if I'm retreading grounds, I apologize. But we had cut about 200K. The auditor who we contracted with to look at the budget looked at it very recently and said a bunch of these estimates are too low. So you'll see in the packet, if you have it, the budget at the end, every single change in it is annotated. Specifically anything that says open gov projection, something like that, that's the auditor saying this number was, some of them are too high, but most of them are too low, some by a lot. So for example, fire overtime in the budget that RTM rejected was 265K. In this budget, it's a little less than that, but that's with the benefit of another 300-something thousand in fire positions that are reducing that overtime number. I think if we had put a corrected fire overtime number in there, it would have been more like 600K. So probably a little more. So this is there's another conversation to have here, probably at another meeting, but we have already we cut quite deeply. We are cutting more deeply, and the cuts, we didn't add anything into the budget that becomes easier to cut. We just corrected numbers, or were told to correct numbers, and the cut after this one is just as painful now as it would have been if we had made it a week ago. That's not saying we won't do it, but all that's happened is the numbers have been corrected and our task has gotten way more difficult to reach any target, whatever the target was. So
Yeah, and the other element that I think, Oscar, you've mentioned many times is just the goal of an additional careful look at the budget, which was done, is beneficial. And I think it's something that the Finance Committee wanted and was accomplished.
And I will say one more thing. It's really, it was not fun to get this memo and see that 650K was back in the budget. If RTM had passed this budget at this lower number, we would have collected not enough taxes because our estimates would have been too low and we would have run at a deficit, probably for the third year in a row. So this is a painful moment, but it's much better to have these numbers be right than to have them be wrong. So it's small comfort right now. But
I want to thank Oscar for bringing that up because that was a point that I wanted to make, even though this is just a real sour pickle here to chew on. It's better that we can stay ahead of this, and even though the number's not anywhere where we wanted it to be, we were able to figure this out, kind of mitigate this in real time, and make the decision to add the 3 firefighters, which will save us in excess of $200,000. I think the original overtime estimate was tracking more at $725,000. So, we have to invest a little bit to save a lot more. So it just made a bunch of sense. So thank you for saying that.
And the firefighter decision hasn't been made, but I know people in the audience will want to speak on that, but I think we'll talk about that more tonight. But it's compelling.
And I think that's pretty much where we are.
Yeah, I'd like to say something as well, if that's all
Sarah
right.
and Dr. Gray.
Oh, I'd like to say something, Madam Chairwoman. I also appreciate, Oscar, what you just pointed out. I think that was really valuable. And I always have hope. And my hope is that our trash budget will come down at a lower rate. And there is potential there. Hopefully in time to affect town meeting. And so we will diligently work towards that. That is one area of cost savings that is potentially available, potentially. The $1.4 million trash contract is too expensive for our community. And we have to find ways to save on that.
Okay, so, yes, please.
I was going to request that we take another 5-minute break and then we come back and continue discussing how we could work towards making sure that we're all in agreement around, or at least a majority on a target reductions, and then any guidance that we would want to provide to the town manager in looking at that.
I want to proceed until 10 so that we can have a break every 2 hours, and we're not there yet. So
Okay.
let's continue. I think we have given guidance to John. I think we can talk about a target, but I think what's realistic is what John can achieve. So we've talked about an idea, and I think that we really have to see what he can accomplish.
Can I raise one more thing that I
Sure.
forgot? Something just for John specifically to look at. We didn't do the DPW thing. John, we did talk about the idea of cost savings if we reduce snow plowing like overnight. Was that this specific cost estimate?
It's kind of in there, yeah.
So that would be, if we didn't do that, it would result in the loss of a position and some savings. And that's more or less what we decided not to do? Or is that something that would mitigate overtime?
No, if you want to do some policy shifts and reduce the amount of like sidewalk plowing or other like overnight plowing as part of your, like a policy shift that you want to make, we could potentially save some overtime there, and that is speculatively built into this budget.
Oh, it's already in?
Yep.
Okay.
And the interesting thing is that I've been on the select board when there was a terrible weather event and the sidewalk plows, for whatever icing, freezing reasons, couldn't get through. And man, we heard about it, right? We just heard about it in spades.
Yep.
So we need to be careful, and it falls to the DPW administrator to make these calls. It's kind of like the school superintendent calling off school for a snow day, which is really difficult decision. But, that's the balance that we have to give him so that he can judge what the conditions are going to be in the immediate aftermath of the storm versus, the overtime. And having this conversation so that he is aware of the need for that balance, that overtime balance is important. Because once you lose whatever that snow, ice momentum is, it's hard to get it back.
Yep.
And I just think we all need to understand that.
I also want to add that, we removed all the parking meters downtown to make snow removal a little bit more efficient, so you're welcome.
All right, so we need to discuss the firefighting overtime and any revenue generation that does not include small animals.
All right, there goes my gerbil tax.
Sure. We got 2 people on Zoom,
We'll go to Sarah first.
2 people.
and I see you over there. And I'm very jealous of the 2 mother and daughter sets in this room. It's very nice to see. Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, John Gagnon, District 8. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service and the sacrifice that you're making in being in the hot seat, each and every one of you. It's greatly appreciated. I wanted to bring up exactly the DPW position and the plowing and the overtime. As someone who works in the school system, when I hear the discussion around the possibility of not plowing, it really brings in the question of unintended consequences in thinking about such things as children getting to work, getting to school the next day, people getting to work, etc. So as the board is making their decisions, to really think long and hard about the different contingencies and perhaps unintended consequences of budget decisions for a very small amount of money in a very large budget. And then the second point I wanted to make is in regards to the other cuts that you're pondering, the 300,000 plus, and a clarifying question in terms of, will the department heads, Dan Tyler and other department heads, will they have a chance to speak to the board directly about the possible cuts to their various departments at the next meeting? And I say that in light of thinking about the discussion that you've had about that one DPW position and all of the possible implications. The notion that we would not have overnight plowing, I think is a safety issue. And it has consequences in terms of public safety. It has consequences in terms of the schools, as I mentioned. And I think it has consequences in terms of thinking about the business sector in Brattleboro, the downtown area. So the clarifying question I ask is, will the department heads have a chance to speak directly to the board when you're looking at additional cuts? So again, thank you for your service.
Thank you. The short answer is no. We are entrusting our town manager to work with the department heads to short circuit this very painful process, and we should let John have that pleasure. There's one other person, right?
Yep, Dick DeGray.
Oh, there's somebody named Sarah?
Oh, that was Sarah's iPad, apparently was.
Oh, my gosh. It's a confusing world, people. All right. Dick?
All set, thank you. This won't take long. I did have a conversation with you, Liz, a couple of days ago, and maybe you answered this, I got to the meeting late, about the reduction to the police department. Last week, when you cut $5,000 plus out of that, and then when you made that motion Tuesday to not make any reduction to police and fire, I asked you if that money that you had cut was automatically reinstated to the police department, or was it part of the reduction that you had already made? So if you could clarify that for me. If I didn't say that clearly enough for you, I can.
Sure, I forgot that we had that conversation. However, it's my understanding, John, you want to?
Yeah, sure. So my understanding of that motion was that no further cuts there. There have already been lots of cuts in the police department made already in the budget that went to RTM, as well as the additional 5,500 that you already did. So
That was my understanding too.
Yeah, so good. All right, we're going to discuss revenue, and we're going to discuss the firefighters. Oh, and the mother-daughter. Please continue. Come together separately. Okay.
All her stuff is all her. Hi, Bethany Ranquist, and Ray's mom. I feel like democracy is a generational process. So I'm going to read because I can tend to be wordy, so hopefully that will make this a little bit less wordy. Tuesday night, when tensions were beginning to get a little high near the end of your meeting, Isaac had a great ask, which was if we could just lower the tone a little bit. Thank you for that, Isaac. I loved the wording, and with your permission, I'd like to use that phrase in a broader sense here, if that's okay. I would like to ask that we please just lower the tone a bit on discussing how unsafe and in decline the town is. Thankfully, that hasn't been a huge discussion tonight yet. There's been a significant amount of focus on the idea that safety in the town and how we should address it. Do we increase police? Do we increase human services support? Do we set more ordinances? So many ideas about ways to tackle the problems in this town. I think we're all aware at this point that there are some real and serious issues in our town. I want to acknowledge that the primary reason for the tension that this is happening is in conversations about this is a result of a simple fact that we all have in common. We all of us, love our town and want to see it thrive. The two highest budget issues this year are funding for police and trash removal. We keep hearing about how each department has looked at decreasing their spending, making cuts, or increasing their revenue. I need to voice my disappointment that it feels like there is no room to even consider a slightly smaller increase to the police budget. As the discussion has now begun about departments making decisions to meet a lower budget, I would urge you that this needs to mean every department. Every department needs to meet a percentage decrease. And please know that I say this with appreciation for all that our emergency services do in town. And for the record, we're the family that delivers trays full of goodies to all of the emergency services offices every Christmas Eve. So, but tonight I'd like to shift the narrative away from the issues a bit, and I'm going to make a more general statement in support of some of the smaller items that are in this budget. Our town is amazing. I'm proud to have been born and raised here, and I made a very intentional decision to settle and raise my children here. Why? I'm raising my children here because our main street is full of eclectic independent storefronts, and we have miles and miles of hiking trails. We have gallery walks and the Harris Hill ski jump, and people smile when you pass them on the street. We have outstanding schools and educational opportunities. I'm raising my children here because we have a recreation department that offers exceptional programming for people of all ages, including parks and playgrounds, a skate park, a disc golf course, a skating rink, sports and activities for every age and every season, a public pool with a slide and diving board and toddler pool, camps, public concerts, and school vacation offerings. I'm raising my children here because we have a library that offers not only books and movies, but e-bikes, hiking backpacks, museum passes, internet and printing ability, a huge variety of programming, meeting spaces, youth activities, teen activities, bathrooms, and even a tool shed that includes everything from rakes to a bread maker, items that not everyone can afford to purchase, but they can borrow from the library.
Our library is a model for what serving a broad variety of needs in the town should look like. I'm raising my children here because we have vibrancy and life all over our town. Murals, a love crawl at Valentine's Day, a holiday light contest, a variety of restaurants, a food truck roundup, a winter carnival full of fun, a thriving youth theater, and so many artistic opportunities. I'm almost done. We have a historic theater that I think we can all agree has the most beautiful ceiling anywhere in the state. What's my point in all of this? Each of these add to the safety of our town. Safe, open, and warm spaces, healthy activities, community building. They increase safety and they offer connections that are absolutely essential to our town's health. I'd really love for us to just lower the tone a little bit and take the narrative that is currently so focused on the issues in town and remember to balance that with what is good and successful and right. As you consider making cuts to services and opportunities, I'm begging you to remember what it is that makes all of us so passionate about living here. More police is not the only path to safety. Cuts to our recreation, our library, our arts, these will directly decrease the quality of life and safety that we have here. RTM said no to the budget that they were presented with. It's important to consider why, and it's unlikely that it was so that you would make cuts to what makes this town great to live in. A new substation for the police department could help keep our kids safe. I'm not opposed to that at some time, but a reduction in library hours or limitations in accessing rec programs now actually puts our kids at risk. As you continue
That's
to
5 minutes, Bethany.
Okay.
5
As
minutes.
you continue to navigate this terrain, please recognize what makes this town so special and consider the true cost of cuts to some of our most vibrant departments and programs. Thank you.
Ray?
Hi again, Ray Carpenter-Ranquist, BUHS student. I do want to also say that I'm a member of the Brooks Memorial Library Teen Advisory Board, but I'm here sharing my own opinions. But I want to say I am here in the community all the time. I know that we aren't talking about the library right now, but I'm a student, and it's getting late, and I have geometry homework to finish. So as much as I'm trying to be involved, I can only do so much while I'm also in school full-time. So with that being said, I spoke to you before on April 8th about the value that our library offers and to voice my support for expansion of its hours and programming and to hear that the library may be lessening its availability to the public, especially to the youth in our town, is so disappointing. The teen space at the library is where many go to do homework, make art, learn new skills, and connect in a fun, safe, substance-free environment. Cutting the library's hours would mean fewer opportunities for us to access all of its important resources. It would take away one of the few substance-free spaces for teens in town. For some students, the library is the only place with reliable internet access or a quiet place to study. For others, it's where we feel seen, supported, and heard. You talk so much about the substance abuse issues and how you want to keep the kids safe from all of that. And yet you're voting on limiting one of the few safe spaces that we have.
Ray, let me just interrupt you. No one here has talked about cutting the library hours in days, and we have no intention of it. So just chill.
I'm trying to talk quickly because I have a lot to say, and there is a timer.
The problem is that it's not an issue that is under discussion. We're not cutting the library budget.
I'm talking about the hours.
We're not, that means
We're
not
not
cutting.
talking about the hours.
Yeah, we're not touching the
We're
library.
not touching the library hours.
Then I recommend that you have someone look at your website and update it a bit more frequently. That was on the ballot for tonight's discussion.
Thank you.
It was, I think the point is just, that was in the section we just were talking about.
Short-circuited that.
And we went through it, didn't choose to go with that cut. So for tonight, we have not done that.
We should,
That's all I'm
knowing it was such a contentious issue, we'll own the fact that we should have drawn a higher attention to that.
That's a good point.
So that's on us.
But
But
you know,
thank you for
we
your
heard
passion
the
around the
other night as
library.
well.
We
And
feel the
heard-
same way.
We heard all the people who spoke, emailed, smoke signals. We got it. We read the room. So thank you very much.
We appreciate your testimony. It means a lot, and it's very brave. And because of you, there are no cuts to the library hours and other people who advocate. So well done.
Thank you. I now have a lot of homework to catch up on.
I will say though, board, if you're asking me to find $317,000 additional dollars to cut, there will be something at the library. I guarantee it. I don't know what that will be, but there'll be something. It'll have to be something there.
Let's wait until we have something.
Yeah.
But we already were at the point, but we're clearly at the point in these cuts where anything we put on the table, somebody is going to get up and say, I cannot believe you're considering this. This is crazy. Like, that's the point we're at now.
All right.
And the only cure to not have that happen is for the town to say, okay, like this remaining tax increase is fine. And other than that,
That goes back to my earlier statement about if we come back to RTM with this budget or a budget like the last budget, then, we're going to need some dancing shoes and practice our show tunes, because that's what it's going to take.
Yeah. I know all the show tunes. We can't have this conversation. We need to move on.
Yep, agreed.
To dealer's choice, firefighters or revenue? Firefighters.
It's up to you.
Liz, when would be the appropriate time to introduce a proposal around the 317,000?
After we've discussed the firefighters and the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Robin, we have to move to firefighters.
Oh, I had something to say about revenue. I'll hold it until.
Yeah, hold it to revenue. Do you want to bring Jay up to discuss the firefighters, or you want to introduce?
If you want to interrogate them, basically, I already kind of gave an explanation of it.
Give us a sketch of what the memo says for the people who didn't have the benefit of.
Yeah, so in the revised budget, there are 3 firefighter EMT positions. Those are to help reduce fire overtime challenges that we've been having with 2 employees who've been out of service, adding wellness days, having the vacancies that we've lost through attrition, as well as the minimum staffing requirement of 8 personnel at any one time that's in the collective bargaining agreement. That is driving about a $730,000 projected overtime per year. We can put that into the budget if you want to do that and not have the firefighters. We can put in 2 firefighters at a cost of $193,000, reducing overtime down to $423,000, or we can put in 3 firefighters at a cost of $292,000, bringing the overtime down to around $275,000. And I think we're maybe even a little more optimistic in the budget right now as it is than that. But that is kind of the situation and the choices that you have with this particular issue.
Great. Well, let's ask Jay and Chuck to come up, and it's always so nice to see them. So, it's just, I think we need to have this discussion about the overtime and what Jay has found. What are the reasons for it? What are not the reasons for it? So,
Can I ask one
yes,
setup question?
please.
Just
Yeah.
one question I've heard is, so whatever the overtime projection would be, 720K, something like that. How solid do we feel about that number versus, maybe last year was just a bad year and this year it could be lower? Or do we feel like these are sort of structural, because of the way we do days off and stuff, this is going to happen?
So, I've done a lot of number crunching. I've come up with some different numbers. I've come up with, exactly how much wellness days cost us across the board, which was $380,000. So based on our staffing we have right now, and I feel like I should back this up a little bit. So right now, the fire department structure has 9 personnel assigned to each shift, 3 shifts. Plus 2 single role paramedics, which work 2 fixed days a week per paramedic. Our minimum staffing is 8. Make sure everybody hear me. We have not gone beyond 8. So when somebody takes a wellness day, we don't fill that position. We just have a vacancy, which puts us in a little bit of a compromising position, because when we have structure fires, it puts less people on a fire truck. And if you look at NFPA standards, that puts our firefighters in danger. But that's the move we've taken to try to save overtime costs. So we're doing everything we can to minimize the overtime. We have one vacancy right now, which is a single role paramedic / firefighter EMT, depending on who applies for it and how we fill it. So that's where we stand right now. Everybody else is working. In the last 5 weeks, we have spent $15,000 per week on overtime. That's 256 hours of vacancy fill to get to that 8 per shift, 58 hours a week of callbacks due to structure fires and multiple calls, and 18 hours per week in training. So to answer your question, Oscar, that I don't see any way to reduce that number other than adding staff. And we are doing our due diligence to keep that as low as possible. But you know what? And one of the other things that happened is we froze our vacation time. So during a period of multiple vacancies, we froze the firefighters' vacation time, which meant no firefighters for a period of, I think, a year, about a year?
9 months or so.
9 months, could take a vacation time. So they worked 56 hours a week, no time off. The only time we allowed them time off is if they were sick, which actually led to more sick firefighters due to mental health and, you know, just getting running in the ground. So what that created is now they have a whole bunch of overtime that by town policy, they've got to use up because they can't roll all that over to the next year. So it's just kind of, it's like kicking that football down the field. We tried to solve one problem and created another.
So what, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
What do you mean by overtime that they had to use up?
So what's the number that they can roll over? Yeah.
260.
Come on, Sally.
I think it's 330 hours.
Is it 3:30?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, earned time.
Earned time. Yeah, earned time. So, I'm sorry, I might have missed I'm sorry. Yeah, so earned time, vacation time, they can only roll over so much per year.
Got it.
And that, so by June 30th, they have to use up that vacation time. So in answering Oscar's question, I think I put just about everything out there. So, you know, our overtime budget has been wrong. It was not calculated. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not trying to, you know, do anything like that. But when I did the calculations and did the math, it's just wrong. Like, we cannot meet a $200,000 overtime budget. We just can't do it. So that's why we're looking at increasing our staffing to 10 across the board to help. So it allows the firefighters not only take their wellness day, but also a firefighter to take a vacation day and not cost us overtime. So that's where those numbers come from.
Great. Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
I think it's important really to, first of all, understand that what I understand is these teams of firefighters are a recommendation from the A.B. Triton report. And so one of the benefits of that report was making sure that the firefighter numbers, that 8 people per team, is appropriate. And so there's a history to that. Mm-hmm. And it's good fire service. And then the other issue is really the overall structure of the firefighter contract and the rate of overtime. And are those things that will be discussed when you're negotiating with the fire service?
Yes. Yes. Based on call volume, we cannot reduce our staffing because we're oftentimes running, you know, all 3 ambulances out the door and then still staffing a fire truck. The only way we could reduce staffing is by reducing services. And what that means is, you know, currently our mutual aid ambulance comes from 30 minutes away. So if we don't staff 3 ambulances, somebody has to wait 30 minutes for that 3rd ambulance.
Right. And we've been all through how many times you need a third ambulance. It's not very much, but when you need it, you need it, right?
Right.
Anyone else have questions for Jay?
I mean, this is fairly cut and dry, so we can not put the 3 firefighters in and look forward to a $725,000 deficit, and I'm just splitting the difference between what John said and on the high and the low. Or we can add this in and only, and be a little bit, but actually we would be able to budget for that and maybe come close to sticking to our budget. And the difference there, John, was like 200,000, is that roughly
Yeah.
the savings that we would?
Yeah, about 200,000, a little bit more.
And even within the course of the year, if the negotiations change, there could be less overtime.
Could be. Could be.
So I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm going to ask again, I know people hate this. I would love to, it's really, really hard to, as we've seen, to roll back staff increases. I would love to have the weekend on this. I mean, we can put it into the draft budget, but I would love to not make a final decision on this until Tuesday. I just want to work through some math.
So then, what we're about here is advising John to put it in the budget, and the final determination of that budget is later.
Right, and it is in now, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's in now.
And I'm fine with that, I just want to.
Great, all right.
Except that the overtime is lower than the chief.
Right, and I was just going to make that point. I'm sorry I'm the bearer of bad news, but if we don't add those 3 positions, I really need to adjust that overtime rate up because it would be a false budget. It wouldn't be real.
But how is it with the positions, or is that also?
So with the positions is what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
If we deleted those positions, which deletes the 341, I think? 341 was the cost of those positions. We would have to add, at least 400,000 to bring that overtime budget up to 600,000. And again, if a captain retires, if a firefighter decides to go to a different department, creating a vacancy, it takes time to fill that vacancy. You just can't predict the future. That would drive that overtime budget up. So when I sit here next year and you're like, but you said, I can't, if somebody retires or something, I have to make up for that somehow.
Absolutely. The question I just had was, with the staff positions in, you feel okay about the 150K in overtime that's in there now?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't start a lot of fires.
Oh.
Fine. Just keep everything wet.
Okay. Any other questions for Jay and Chuck, or I will dismiss them?
Okay.
Oh, people in the audience.
I was going to say, do you want me to
have
wait for the audience questions?
Yeah. David?
David Lovemark, District 9, thank you for running the analysis. It's late in the night. It's late in the fiscal year. And so what my concern is, you are locking in at this late hour and this late date 3 new positions. And I don't know how confident you are with all the numbers. A more cautious approach might be to defer this decision, to be prepared to eat the overtime next year, and be much sure as you go into planning FY27.
Well, I think I'm going to hold with Oscar's suggestion to keep it in the budget and revisit it on Tuesday.
It's just the actuals from FY25 through 3 quarters are pretty compelling. That's so.
All right. I promised the board we'd take a break. So let's take a break and come back at 10 minutes after 10.
So a 2-minute break?
Well,
5 minutes.
my thing says 5.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right. I feel like someone wants to yell at me.
Okay. Back to work, everyone.
No. You started this wreck.
We're out here at 8:45.
All right.
Okay.
We've got 2 hands up to talk about firefighting. Oh, that's 3. Firefighting overtime.
I move to adjourn. Oh, okay.
It's not an option, Jay.
Oh, jeez.
And Jackie too. So let's go now.
Thank you, Nell Mayo, District 8. I believe that my question is the answer is probably going to be yes. But I'm wondering if insofar as it's appropriate to share this, I'm wondering if the 2 firefighters who are on leave, if the 3 positions are added, when and if those firefighters come back, does that then increase the budget, or is the salary already there? I expect it's already there. Okay, thank you very much. That's it, thank you.
Kate?
That was easy.
Hi, Kate O'Connor. Hopefully this will be easy. It involves math, which I may get wrong. So I'm looking at page 15 of the budget. And the only reason I'm asking this question is because I just want to make sure that I understand how you're saying we're getting savings, and I'm not sure I understand. So on page 15, if you look at the line item or the column that says budget RTM FY26, and under staff salaries, it says $2,432,858. And then you go to overtime, and right now it says 265. But we know that that's probably going to be 720. So if you add the $2,432,000 and you add $720,000 to that, you get $3,152,858. Now, if you go to the budget 424.25 line item, and you go staff salaries, $2,826,319, and then you add the $150,000 for overtime, that adds up to $2,976,319. So that's about $100,000 or whatever difference. But my question, so we're basically not seeing any really savings between those 2 amounts. But for the budget 424.25 number, that says it includes the firefighting number, the new firefighters is 393,461. But that's only salary. That doesn't include benefits, I'm assuming. So if that, I don't see where we're getting $200,000 worth of savings, because if you add the 2 columns up, we're pretty much at $3 million without the benefits that go into the new thing. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm adding, in both sections, salaries and overtime, and they're adding up to be like the same. If you base it on, we're going to spend, if we don't get the 3 new employees, it's going to be $700, in FY26, it would be $720,000 worth of overtime. Does anybody get what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, John, you want to answer that question?
I think I get it. Basically, we would have to increase the overtime line from 265 to 750 or something like that if we did not do the 3 firefighters.
But also, I think the question is, are those firefighter salaries loaded? Are there benefits? And I believe that they are.
There are, and that's in another part of the budget.
Oh, it is in another part of the budget?
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the budget was the total cost with, I'm trying to find it. There, somewhere in there was, you would put the total cost with benefits, because we combined some of the lines, so some of that salary covers benefits, but then under, I think HR is the rest, or under the benefits line is the rest of the benefits.
So, sorry.
Oh, right here. So, page 1, and under taxes, we put, or John put 418,872. Additional tax needed to balance, that includes 3 firefighters. So I'm sorry, that's not right. That's the whole increase, right?
Yeah.
So So that's not just the 3 firefighters, that's
Yeah, it's everything.
everything. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, so on page 11, in the Social Security line, employee retirement, health insurance, all of those has the 3 firefighters in it in that column for 24, 25.
So can I apply to Kate a little more? Did someone say so? Okay.
Whatever Liz
Yeah,
wants.
go ahead.
So,
Page 11 of the budget, yep.
so,
So in the Social Security, employee retirement, health insurance, well, actually, all of those lines, there is now factored in additional sums to cover the 3 firefighters. That's all. That's one of the things that the auditor helped us do, is to get all of this tied together so that whenever a change is made, it will change in all of these areas to be consistent with the contract.
so Kate, to restate what I think you're asking, if you plug in the real overtime number of 720K, you add that to 2.4 million for the existing staff salaries, you get whatever, 3.1 million. If you then total up 2.8 million for the new staff salaries and you add 150K in overtime, and then you back in some other number for benefits, you're not looking at the same savings. So we can back those numbers out and figure out what the total cost of those. We don't have to do it right now, but we'll get that number. But the other thing contributing here is that 2.8 million in staff salaries also includes some other things. It includes some corrections, and it particularly includes 60K that's just being combined from another line item.
Yep.
So there is more of a gap than it looks like, but I can figure that number out over the weekend for next meeting, or somebody can.
It's the 60K and the 69,750 of incentive.
Yeah. So.
Okay, Georgia, and then
Okay.
Jackie. And then on Zoom.
All right, this isn't directly related to the firefighters, but I was unable to figure out where else in the agenda it would be appropriate to say this, and that is that there is a big chunk of money in the budget, as I understand it, that is earmarked for new police positions. That got into the budget in the middle of a budget cycle.
Georgia, that was the entire subject of our last meeting.
Insofar as these positions have not been filled.
They have been filled. They're paid positions. They are filled.
There are bodies occupying them that have been
Yes.
hired, all of them?
Yes, all of them, every single one.
Let's.
Could we listen, let the speaker finish her comments, because we've been having conversations about.
I would like to see.
We have discussed in
a hiring
earnest.
freeze on police positions that have not been fully filled for a year or two. It would make your job much easier because you'd have a whole salary's worth.
Thank you. Jackie?
Jackie Reese, Brattleboro, District 9. I don't know. I just got to say this. I don't understand this whole discussion about the fire department. You're talking about people who work already 56 hours a week, and you want to give them more overtime?
No.
I mean, it's like, that seems to me crazy. Or to keep it at that overtime. All right, if it's not new, then another 15 hours a week of overtime. People who are putting their lives on the line every day for our houses, for our people, and instead you want to not put 3 more people in there? I mean, it's mind-blowing to me that you're discussing this without concluding that it's better to have our fire department people well-rested, with a vacation, a couple of days off now. I mean, you're talking about no vacation for a year? I couldn't do that on my two-day-a-week job, that I do nothing but sit around. I mean, this is crazy. You're talking about a savings. I don't care if it's $100,000 or $50,000 or nothing. It's better to have 3 more people, so that you have somebody who can fill in in an emergency, which you have all the time in the fire department. I don't understand this line of thinking. I really don't. You're talking about a savings, no matter how small, no matter how large. We're talking about the saving of the lives of all of the people who are putting their lives on the line to save ours. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous.
All right. Have we discussed this sufficiently among the board? Oh, the Zoom.
Mr. DeGray.
How many?
Just one.
Just one.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yes. Boy, things you learn when you read the papers. I never knew that we were giving wellness days to the tune, and then to hear the number $380,000. Liz, you've been on the board the longest, and maybe Fish, you were there when this contract was negotiated. How do you negotiate a contract that's giving up $380,000 and then not have it accounted for in the budget? I mean, that is such a big faux pas. It's unbelievable. Somebody should lose their damn job. I mean, two of the biggest faux pas tonight, you're talking about $850,000. I mean, that is appalling to me. And as you go into negotiations, you should be trying to get rid of that. I mean, I don't know how, and I want you to answer the question, did you know that you were negotiating to add $380,000 to the budget with the wellness time? And the other thing, when you go into negotiations, I would firmly tell you that you should start looking at going to 4 shifts. And I have to tell you, when I'm reading this and I'm listening to the chief saying, well, we hire 3 people and we're going to kill this overtime, you can have the same problems that you had this year with people, long-term illnesses or disabilities, work injuries, whatever it is. You can still run into the same problem and still run into the large overtime line item. But I definitely need somebody to answer the question that how this mistake was made and how you allowed yourself to negotiate this and you were okay with it, and how did it not get in the budget? That is really, really a big, big mistake and a really huge impact on the town as it is impacting us right now. Thank you.
Yes.
So I don't know exactly how this mistake was made, but what I really appreciate is that mistake was caught. All of us make mistakes, and the fact is that we haven't had an assistant town manager, we haven't had a finance director, and we haven't had a fire chief isn't that correct, a permanent fire chief for quite some time. So what I want to affirm is the fact that we found this information and that the auditor was involved with this, that we have, who it looks like we're looking to have do some of the work, that contract work for finance director. And what I want is us to have a culture in this town of honesty and transparency, and when mistakes are made, we say, hey, mistake was made, it was a big mistake, and we're correcting for it, and we're gonna move on. So I appreciate that these questions are asked, and one other thing is that I really appreciated what Jackie Reese brought up in terms of wellness and the importance of people being able to get a break, because I can't imagine working 56 hours a week for 9 months straight without having a vacation. And so I want to just take a moment for us. We'll talk about the money, but I just want to talk. We are talking also about people's sacrifices and the work that they're doing. People are working hard in this town, and I just want to acknowledge that, as well as addressing the concerns that Mr. DeGray brought up. Thanks.
Just to say, Jackie, I hear you, and I hear the passion, and on a personal level, you're absolutely right. I don't think anyone here is saying no to that. We're just saying all of these decisions are a ton of money, and we just want to do our due diligence first. I don't think anyone here is saying no, that's not valuable. So That's all.
All right, have we decided as a board to advise John to put these numbers in the budget? I think they already are. And then when we have the next iteration of the budget, final comments and decisions can be made on this topic. Is that where we are?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Very good. Now let's move on, because I understand that there's a revenue discussion to be had, and then Isaac has some comments that he'd like to make. So
Thank you.
let's have that revenue discussion.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The good guys in the white shirts, right?
And
Yes.
upon a closer inspection of the draft budget that's here, I see a few more potential cuts. Is this a good time or at another meeting?
Bring them up. Let's not conclude this budget cutting portion, and let's hear, because, you know,
That's why we're here.
we're all about identifying potential cuts. So have at it.
Oh, have at it. Okay, so I'm looking at the police budget here, and I see clothing that's still, and maybe I'm just confused, it's still at $35,000 for our 425. Is that a miss? Is that number correct?
What page you on?
Where are you?
I'm on page 18 of the draft budget. And I thought that there were some sacrifices made from the department and that was lower. And so I'm wondering if that's incorrect.
All right,
No.
John?
There was discussion about whether you wanted to reduce the clothing, and the decision was not to. That was about 11,000, I think.
So it would have shaved 11,000 off of
Yes.
35.
And it would have meant that some personnel would not have a change of shirt if they got blood splashed on them or something like that, so.
Okay.
But there were cuts to the police budget, and that was approximately $5,000.
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Right. Is there
That's what we
any
agreed to.
is there any compromise there on that number? Because that's like just a really big number.
We are, if you give us direction, we will go back and find additional
I just-
cuts. You may not like them all, but we will do the best we can.
Okay.
So, yeah.
As someone who wore a uniform for 12 years, I could say you don't have much choice in what they are and how much they cost.
So the other area is in grounds maintenance, 15,000. I don't know.
Are you on the same page?
Same page. If there's like
Like 10 lines up.
10 lines up, if there's a little savings capture there. So I know that you're going to go to the departments, but
Yep.
I was just kind of throwing some input out.
Yep, so less landscaping or around the building or something like that is what you would be looking for.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to learn if that's contracted out, if that's our own DPW or Rec and Parks that's doing that, and if or maybe it's outsourced and it's a separate contract.
Yep.
Yeah, and then so those are just some things that popped up as I was going through, and I wondered if anybody else saw some line items that popped out at them.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready? Anyone have any more cuts? Or you-
I have a proposal that I think might address the concerns that Amanda just raised.
All right, let's hear that.
Yeah, so in thinking about, my sense is that we collectively want to reduce the budget by a total of $500,000 or $500,000 this, from what we got tonight that we're looking at. And we've already done a bit with the town manager role, the arts, and the sustainability program. What I would like us, and we see in this packet that there's 116,000 increase in fire, 101,000 increase in the police department. And what I've been saying, and I think others have been saying, is we really have to spread out the burden, because this is going to be tough. And I'm particularly feeling empathy for you, John Potter, in terms of the assistant town manager position, eliminating that, and then also having to eliminate other staff. positions that may happen. But what I wanted to suggest is that we give a little bit more guidance to the town manager in how we approach this, and rather than going in line by line or trying to pick at it, that we take the suggestion that Sue Belleville made earlier and that Robin had echoed, and that we really look at to the town manager working with the department heads. And I'd like to make a motion. Is this an appropriate time to
Why don't
make
you
one?
say it, and then we'll decide whether a motion is warranted.
Okay. Well, the idea is to direct the town manager to work with the department heads to reduce this proposed budget by an additional $317,033, this amount that we've discussed, with reductions that would be spread across all the departments that haven't already been reduced this evening in our discussion. So it wouldn't include additional reductions from the town manager's office, wouldn't include additional from the planning department. And that we would look for a target reduction of 3 to 4% in the budgets of each of the 3 largest departments, in the spirit of understanding that a significant reduction to a small department is going to be much harder to have a much bigger impact when those departments have less wiggle room. So that's my proposal.
Right, so let's discuss that. My understanding is, that we've given John essentially nodding approval to that target amount. And we need to understand what's already been done, right? And so if you were to say, 3% across all departments, and except for the smallest, departments like the town clerk, whatever, those cuts have really already been made. And so I don't want to, John has this difficult task ahead of him with this target that we want to get him to. But further tying him, I don't think has any benefit. I mean, he's the one that knows. He's the one that works with the staff all the time. So obviously, we've had trouble in making these decisions. Knowing how hard these decisions are, I can't comprehend that we would want to tie his hands any further, and that we will leave it up to him to do the best he can to meet our overall target goal. But to tie his hands in any way, I just don't, he's the one who would know what would be in the best interest of the town.
May I respond?
Yes?
Yeah, so I agree in terms of the idea of giving deference to the town manager and to the department heads. For the last, and just to clarify that this proposal is a 3 to 4% reduction for each of the 3 largest departments. So it gives some wiggle room from between 3 and 4% when we're looking at $3.5 million. That's actually a bit of wiggle room. And we have been actually being asked to look at very specific services that I think I'm curious about how if we're looking at very specific services and asking to, where is it that we want to cut, what service do we want to cut, and entertaining some of those proposals. In fact, tonight we even did do that, some of that with the sustainability, for example. How is it then suddenly tying hands to give some broad guidance around a target number for budgets that have $3.5 million in it?
Sean?
So Isaac, just let me understand. So is it a number that you want, or is it specific services that you want to see reduced? Like, it seems like you're steering it towards specific services, and we've already kind of had that conversation, and I'm not clear. If you're saying that some some department services you want to protect and not have any reductions in? You're not?
Nope.
Okay.
Just
Then
to clarify.
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, sure. I'll just restate it, that the proposal is that we achieve that total $500,000 reduction from this budget that we're looking at tonight by taking the $183,000 that we already very specifically targeted, and then also looking to all the other departments that are already in that 183 to also contribute something. Maybe there's something from the recreation and parks, something from library, something from each of the departments, contribute something, and that we look at the three largest departments for a 3 to 4% reduction in each of those departments. With the idea of, it's sort of the idea of like when you have progressive taxation, that, that the wealthiest people would pay the most because it's going to be, for the lowest income person, it's going to be harder to find that, a 3% or 4%, it's going to be really hard whether you have a department of 2 people. That's going to mean, and you've already given up your office supplies, that means it's that's just going to be less wiggle room and harder to do. And I think we need to look at where is the biggest public spending at this point and look there. And I'm not saying this is easy, but I think that we have to be able to, like Sue said, we have to be able to give some direction to the department heads to be able to work with you, but they're going to know their departments best.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is contrary to what conversations that I've been having with like people from the finance committee and many others in the community, and the discussions that we've been having in this series of meetings, and that is don't cut police, fire, public works. And so that's just contrary to this philosophy that you're putting forth. And again, it's like we've seen how hard it is for us to make these decisions. And I think, to a certain extent, we're creating a target amount, and we should leave it up to the town manager and the staff to see, where it makes sense to make cuts. And he's already said, these cuts and these service reductions, and these positions that are going to be cut are painful. But, gosh, leave it up to the people who know. And just like my objections to a hiring freeze,
I'm gonna, could you mind if I just break
a second,
in?
let me
Okay,
finish.
okay.
It's too broad brush, and it's not done with any real understanding of the workings of the town government. Did you want to comment, Amanda?
Well, I would like to comment. I mean, I think you both are correct. I get it. And I think Oscar's comment was valuable. I mean, Isaac's comment was valuable, so it's getting late, because it just informs. It brings it to the table, and I think John has the opportunity to hear it and move from there. So I think we should move on.
We have a revenue discussion to have.
Well, I think Oscar had something to say.
Yeah, I think I understand the spirit, which is I would like to at least see options from all departments because, for example, if John goes into it with the mindset, for example, that everyone wants police, public works, and fire to be untouched, he will come back with a very different set of options than if he doesn't feel that way. And I will say, to cut to the chase a little bit, and knowing that no matter what I say, I'm going to be looking somewhere into at a department head who is doing an awesome job and who I respect and whose department I'm going to talk about, I think that we have to have the slightly difficult conversation if we're talking about finding $317K. We're talking about, at this point, people losing jobs. I think I don't know how the board feels. I would at least like to hear on Tuesday what it would look like operationally if we if we did not ultimately fill the 30th officer role that is not in the academy yet. Understanding that that's unpopular with a lot of people and understanding that that's going to make people's lives more difficult, but I'd like to understand the operational consequences, and would it be a proportional loss or would it be really devastating to a plan? So that's just me. But I'm worried that if I don't say that, then it won't be in the conversation. And I would like it to be in the conversation, and then we can vote it down if we want. That's my pitch. I'm seeing nods and blank stares.
Well, let's see. Are there 3 votes for having,
I guess, let me weigh in before we
Go
do
ahead.
that. I think we have to give John a target. That target seems to be this $317,000 number.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be the end of our conversation. He has to go and find it where it is. And if it turns out that it is the 30th officer, then that's up for him and Norma to work out. If it's the $68,000 from DPW, then that's up to John and Dan to work out. I think by kind of trying to, and I'll use this term again, micromanage where he finds the money is going to cripple this process. So I'm fine with giving him a number. And to echo what Liz said, you know, it's already hard because we know how people feel about police, fire, and DPW.
Mm-hmm.
So where is he going to find that? Well, he might find it there somewhere, but I think that's up to John and the department heads to suss out and bring us back something that hopefully we can song and dance our way into RTM and get a budget passed and get back to the other business that we have to work in. That's the way I'm leaning. With all due respect, completely understand your point and what you're trying to say. You know, and I think that works well for countries, but I don't think for municipalities in the context of this conversation. I think John has a number, and I think we should allow him to run with it without trying to direct him and steer him towards something, because that's what it feels like we're trying to do here.
and we did steer him as requested by memo.
Agreed, and I think we've actually been doing quite a lot of that, and I don't know. I don't think this would be inappropriate, and I'm not saying, John, do it. I'm not saying, Chief Hardy, here's how I want you to run your department. I'd love to know how it would work, what it would mean, and I think it's been our process all along that we have been asking for things and to see what they mean. And micromanagement is a word. Another way of describing it to me is sort of the buck stops here. We're the ones who are going to ultimately be responsible for this budget, and
how
I
does,
want to.
let me just ask,
Mhm.
how does that fit with the vote we took last night, or Tuesday night?
Oh, it conflicts with it, but Tuesday night, we didn't know we had another $650K in the budget. So, I mean.
I agree. We have a different landscape now. It's different. It's a different landscape.
And I'm just asking for, let's explore it, and then if we don't like what we hear, we vote it down.
And so why don't we say that we've given John this target amount, and he has free rein to identify whatever department and whatever department's work, and that nothing is off the table.
I don't think anything in this conversation is off the table
Yeah.
anymore.
I'm wondering if we need to make a motion to reconsider the vote that we made on Tuesday, because we made a vote because of the change of the budget. Is that necessary for
I
us
don't
to-
think so, because I think if we just say to John, you make these budget decisions and you see what's feasible, and then he will bring to us various scenarios, that would be sufficient.
Just a couple points. So one is that we had a very clear vote on a cat tax. We had 3 people voted that down a week ago. That was brought up today. It was not warned. It was brought up before we got to any of the things that were in this packet. And we had a lengthy discussion. There was public participation. And the reason for that was that there has been a change in the financial reality. We have new information, and we're working with that to see what can we do here, because it's a new picture. This isn't a proposal that I was prepared to bring up before I saw these numbers, but I'm looking at, okay, we have to make some significant cuts. I also want to say that throughout this process, we've been asked to give really specific information about, do you want this $10,000 service? Do you believe in this service? What about this? Do we want this around really difficult things? And that's partly why a week ago I didn't have anything. And Amanda was the one she gave, well, this and here. And I went home and I said, you know what? And I think Sue Belleville said, you need to put on your pants. You need to have some courage here, and your big boy and big girl pants or whatever, and you need to come with something to offer. So I've been sitting through all these meetings, and now I have this to offer, which is not nearly as specific. It's not nearly as micro or as directive or steering as what I was being asked to provide, or what we were being asked to provide. And frankly, when we did ask about certain items on there, we got information about, well, actually, this is across, like this service of, for instance, collaboration with other departments by the police department is actually spread out over many people. It's something that we can't just cut, because to cut that would mean we'd eliminate the whole department because everybody is doing that. It was like that couldn't be teased out as an expense that could be cut. So this is a compromise between, okay, something that we were asked to do with coming up with identifying, looking at all these services that really was, there was some good discussion that came out of it, but there were limitations to what we were able to do based on the information that we received. So I want to suggest that, and I also want to comment that we've heard a lot of things. We did that listening session, and I put it into ChatGPT, all the comments that I looked at, put the minutes in there just to have it analyzed. And, public safety was the first thing. And right after that, with like a close second, was compassionate community, that kind of thing. And if you actually looked at who was speaking, there were many of the same people speaking in both who had various different perspectives on these topics. And then there was the library and the town arts fund and a number of other things. But I have heard that what I heard from the representative town meeting is that they voted this down. They voted down this budget. And so it's incumbent upon us to be able to give some direction to the town manager. I mean, what's the point of electing a select board and having us here if we're not, well, that's what I heard from you, Madam Chair, is that it's on us to provide some direction and to make some decisions and give some guidance to the town manager. And this is what I've heard from the town manager as well, is that we need to be providing that policy leadership. And so that's what I'm proposing is some policy, is a policy direction. It's very broad. And it's not saying that, it's a range and it's a target. I've spoken in coming up with this proposal, I've talked with former town managers from other municipalities. And when I asked them, where would you look at if you have this budget challenge? Where would you look? And they said, start with your largest departments. That's where you would start. It's not where you necessarily stop, but that's where you start. Is that the?
No,
okay.
I'm just.
And then the other thing, and I'll wrap this up, is just that and I also have gotten feedback from multiple other past select board members who've given similar guidance. So that's where this proposal is coming from.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So, Isaac, you're saying reduce services in police, fire, and DPW, and not the other smaller departments? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying in total, we want to get to that $500,000 reduction. That I think I've heard Liz mention that. I've mentioned that. and that we have $317,033 more to reduce in reductions needed. I would like to see that spread out across all the remaining departments that we haven't already made cuts to tonight, meaning we've talked about planning, we talked about town manager's office, but the other departments. I mean, the library can give something. Maybe there's a voting machine thing that we don't actually need. I didn't even know about that from the town clerk's office. I mean, I thought inclusive voting machines, this is a great idea, and then we come to find out nobody's using it. There's probably something in every department that, and I'm not saying I'm talking about additional cuts, beyond what's in here.
So you're asking me to find $317,000 somewhere in the town government services?
Yes, and looking at first looking for a 3 to 4% reduction in each of those three major departments that you mentioned.
So focus on DPW, fire, and police, and get most of the $317,000 from those three departments. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes,
Okay.
looking at a 3 to 4% increase for each of those, or decrease for each of those departments, and then whatever else is needed, pulling from the other departments.
Okay, I just wanted to understand.
Yeah. And, well, I'll let someone else speak.
I'm just wondering if we can talk about revenue as promised. Are we?
Well, do we want to have a vote on that?
Do we need
Or
to
wanna have a
vote? Do we need to vote, or is this for consideration? What's our?
I think we need to give the town manager some guidance.
Okay.
I feel as though the town manager has guidance, but,
I actually agree. This whole conversation was a lot of guidance and thoughtful feedback, and so it's up to our chairs. We need to do a vote.
I think someone can always make a motion. I'm okay, if John feels like he's heard us and that we'd like to see some diversity, and it's not just, hey, cut a third out of the Parks Department, nothing else, see you later.
And then I think it's important for us to get a handle on the fact that this is the guidance. Whether or not it's achievable is really
Yes.
up to John.
Yes, and then.
And so he'll come back to us with his best effort at a budget that is achievable and reasonable.
And not to waste any more time, or spend any more time, not waste, but I'm curious if there are 3 board members who would be interested in seeing what the budget and operational implications of going from 30 to 29 in the police department would be. If they're not, I'm happy to move on.
So just a point of clarification, that I was able to have a conversation with the director of HR today, and what I learned is that the information is actually confidential, but that we are fully, staffed. It was shared also at the last meeting that there are 3 people in the academy that were moving forward. There's some confidential things that we can't get into the very specifics, but I was really confident after hearing from the police chief, from the town manager, and from the director of HR, that those positions that have been advertised are filled.
Oh, I'm confident they're filled. I think any reduction in staff we're talking about anywhere is cutting a filled position.
Okay, just want to make sure
Yes,
we're
yes.
operating with the same set of facts.
Yeah.
John, did you want
so
to comment?
to Oscar's, if we're going with Oscar's thing, I'm gonna say, nope, John's got enough direction. I don't need him to take a look at anything else.
Any other interest, or
I
should
would
drop it?
agree with Peter.
I agree for now with Peter and
Okay, then let's.
And,
All right, revenue. I'll take all comers. Not the public.
Oh, shoot, not yet.
Peter.
I've got one. After Peter.
Peter.
So.
I think we're doing select board ones first.
Oh, I thought it was a comment about the last thing I couldn't tell.
No. So I was trying to get a little creative and trying to figure out ways to raise some money. And somebody else had made this, so I can't take complete credit for it, but the selling off of municipal lots. And I had a brief, what's that? I'm sorry.
Susan Belleville said,
Oh, and when I looked into that and I talked to John, and I'm like, it's sort of been my understanding, like most of the lots that we have are not desirable, but
Actually, that's not true, because
no, he
under
corrected me.
ARPA, the planning department assessed certain properties and even evaluated the potential development of those properties. So John's shaking his head.
Yeah,
Must be right.
so we did evaluate all of them and prioritize them. The focus then was on providing housing. It was not on generating revenues. So
Right.
we could relook at that to see, if you wanted, we could relook at that and see, look at it more as a focus on, if we sold these quickly, what could we make?
So Peter, were you thinking selling them or
Yeah,
trying
let's
to
just
lease
sell
them?
them, because, a couple of things. So, and we can use that money in a myriad of different ways. It can go to the general fund. I would recommend it going to the reserve fund to build those coffers back up, which would also alleviate some issues. There's a lot of this word infill, as I was doing my research, that kind of came up, but that doesn't really apply here.
You're really a planner at heart, Peter.
Oh, God, no, I am. Trust me, what I'm telling you. I'm going to get neck deep into the numbers, and my nose will start to bleed. So that was one of the things that I really wanted to, because I feel like that is something that we can do fairly immediately, right? So this stuff, to me, the stuff I'm trying to suggest is, some of it might be a little long-term, like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what if somebody were.
Wait, can I just jump in?
Yeah, sure.
That's a great idea. The tricky part is evaluating whether something will sell and at what cost,
Right.
at what price. So we're going to have to be very modest in terms of what that revenue is. But it's a great idea, and some of that work is already.
Right, which is why I kind of was thinking to myself, because we don't know, right? We don't know, we might get into it and something is a Brownsfield, right? And we can't use it at all. So, there's that lot off
Yeah,
the
well,
table.
I tell you, though, there is also funding to help property owners, and especially if it's ourselves, identify brownfield issues.
Okay, so that's why I was kind of thinking then, maybe this isn't a budget line item, maybe this is a reserve line thing to kind of feed the coffers back on that. I'm unclear, I talked with John about this as well. Airbnb and Verbros, I'm really confused as to whether we as a town collect any tax money from that. And if no, then I don't know what it takes to implement a tax on that. Or if there is a tax on that, if we can just raise that tax. And that is, again, that would be income that would be coming in from outside the area, right? So that's a benefit for us. So those were a few ideas. I know that Jennifer, in the last meeting, we talked about going to our nonprofits and asking them just to feel the pain a little bit more for us. Again, that's a hard number to throw into a budget, so maybe that's another reserve fund thing that just gets that built back up.
That goes in the wishful thinking budget.
That does? Well, I think so, no, because I will tell you, I will tell you that I will speak directly to the board that I serve, and we already kicked some more in, and we could kick more in. That's the only time I saw lean forward. So, those are a few other budgets. There's another one, if any of us has traveled around, sometimes you're walking around on a main street, and this is probably a longer term thing, but like a townwide Wi-Fi that would, you could, Brat online, you pay your $2.99, $4.99 day pass for it. I know that there's problems with those, and that might cost more of a technical issue thing, but I know that these things do exist. In an age where you can just walk into the works and get free Wi-Fi. So I'll just go in there. But if you're around and you don't know, again, that's outside revenue. Or if somebody is I know if I'm downtown at the shop and for some reason my Wi-Fi goes out and I have an option to keep my shop online by paying a $4.99 fee, I would do that if it's an emergency backup, if it comes off a different system. So those are just a few of the, and I'm sussing out a few more that I'm not completely comfortable with talking about because I'm not sure how the rubber hits the road. But those were just, when I talk about those, they also offer some nice amenities, like a Wi-Fi, downtown Wi-Fi, put up pop-up ads for cat tax. That'd be good, and pay. But jokingly on that, as you know, when you hit the service thing, you can, and additionally, and this goes back to my old Huckin Media days, which is, I'm still in, you could do a little pop-up ad and sell some space, much like the Latches does. So, I mean, those are just a few of my ideas. I don't know what, I think the municipal lot thing is the thing we can move on the quickest, as well as Jennifer negotiating, voluntary payments from non-pay things are immediate, though really hard to put into a budget. Yep. But we can restore the reserve fund with those ideas while working on the 3% proposal. I just wrote that down. It just seemed like a fair number. And then, I'll do a little bit more research. I'm not asking town staff to do that on the Wi-Fi thing to see how that rolls out. Maybe Oscar, you can help.
Maybe you can ask Patrick
I'd
Moreland.
love to comment. I'd love to comment. I think those are really creative, exciting ideas. I mean, you just woke me up at like 11 o'clock. And I also want to say, this meeting is brought to you by water. Sorry. But anyway.
All right. Anybody have
I
any
do
other
one revenue
revenue?
idea too?
Yes.
Yeah, this is on page 5. Rec and Parks, cemetery plots. What's going on?
Gonna cost
with-
you more to die in this town now.
Yeah, is that, it's interesting, it's been the same figure since last year, and
Well, you know, my
sorry
brother.
to say this, but our demographics are shifting, and we may have a revenue opportunity here
Oh,
with a
my.
slight increase.
Yeah.
See, that's what happens when you start making decisions at 11:10 at night.
You know, my brother lives in Florida, and he gets calls all the time about did he want to buy a cemetery plot, and he always says, "No, I didn't use the one I bought last year."
So anyway, I just wondered why that's a static number, and if it could be updated, like our business license, for at a higher rate. Little bits and bits, but just a thought.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Gonna ask John how many people pass away and don't get cremated? I guess that's really.
Maybe you can sell one of those municipal lots for a cemetery.
So, one question, if we're looking into selling lots, we might also want to look at maybe some of them would be better to lease instead of sell.
That is another option.
Because then it's
I just-
recurring revenue, which is kind of cool, but if we sell it, it goes onto the grand list, which is also
Right,
nice.
and I think, and if we lease it, no, it wouldn't go onto a tax base, would it, if we leased it? So my
Yeah.
idea was to kind of double dip on that and to sell it, and then it goes back into the tax base, and we're building the grand list.
And I do have a revenue idea that I was kicking around with before we, dove into all of this. I talked to Sue about it a little. I think it would be interesting to explore if we took, there's an old parking study from a couple years ago. We found some underused parking spots downtown, and we rented them out as food truck spots, because then we'd have food trucks downtown, which would be great. It could be on a sort of unused block, which now we have people, it's always good to have people circulating and getting pulled to different parts of town. That improves safety, it improves the vibe. And those can rent for $50, $100 a day in some places. And we have food trucks here, we have a lot of them. I don't know, I don't have any numbers yet.
No, that was one of the things also, so I
great.
don't hate that idea, that was, that's on my list, but I just.
That's a cool idea, really
And
cool.
that's the sort of thing I would expect to see, like in towns like Brattleboro, you would think, food trucks all over the place, so.
Okay, has the board finished, and I can go to
I think
our studio audience?
I was just going to appreciate the entrepreneurship of the other board members.
Great. Robin, you early on had a revenue question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys might want to revisit the business license idea and adjust that a little bit more. It's my understanding that all business licenses cost the same amount. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
So I have a business license. I teach piano and voice lessons out of my home 20 hours a week. and I'm paying the same amount as, the bigwig who owns boroughs. So our
That's me.
incomes that we're deriving from our businesses are vastly different. And I can afford the 100, but is that what it's going up to? But
Yes.
I don't want to speak for you, Peter, but I feel like people who own a business that's like, they could sell one bike helmet that's very fancy to make that $100. Like, maybe you could have 2 tiers of business licenses that are for like, a business with like under a certain amount of revenue versus over. And I don't know what additional burden that might create on staff. So I'll just leave you with that idea, and you can take it where you want to.
Thank
So
you. It's interesting.
I can speak to margins if you'd like. I mean, no, if we're having that conversation, right? I mean, selling a bike helmet, would, a $100 bike helmet would still cost me, money for the license. So, if we're speaking on that, service, like I try to get as much service through the door because that's more close to like your operation. Like your operations are fixed, you're charging by the hour. So, the longer a bike's on the rack, theoretically, the more I make. But, I hear what you're saying. I do. It's not lost on me that, a shop that's open however many hours my shop's open versus 20 hours a week is a little bit different.
And you may not be the right example, but there are multi-million-dollar
Oh, I'm the right
businesses.
example, pal.
Okay, well, never mind. He
All
was
right.
the right example. I think the tough part
Not
about,
everyone here is a multimillionaire.
Right.
But I feel like there's a lot of people that are somewhere.
Sadly, yes.
That are more like the middle of the road.
and the only other thing I want to add to that is that the tough part with the business licenses, and I talked to Jennifer about this a little, you get basically no value from it. So it's
That's
tough to
correct.
say, hey, giant business, you should pay $1,000, and you still get basically nothing for it. So that would be part of the conversation.
This
too.
is, let me just weigh in, and, I don't know that we could do this right away, but the chamber always had a model based on employees that you had. If you had 1 to 10 employees, you paid X. If you had 10 to 50 employees, you paid a little more. So, that might not be the worst idea that we've ever heard, but we'd still be paying the same amount, Robin. So,
Heidi?
One employee.
yeah. I would fall into that 1 to 10 range.
Heidi Fisher, District 7, and in part of responding to what Peter was talking about, sorry, I'm really tired, as one of the town listers, in terms of looking at assessments and values for those properties, Joe Myers is a fountain of knowledge about that kind of stuff, especially if it's anywhere thinking it's a commercial type property. He's amazing about how to, so he could help with that.
Thank you.
And the other comment is about the Airbnb kind of thing. I think Wilmington and Dover both have put in ordinances about that. And
Yep.
the other piece of thinking about that is the controversy of how much housing Airbnbs take. So, might actually put
Yeah,
some of the
Actually,
housing, the apartments back into housing instead of Airbnbs.
Yeah, and again, I just want to acknowledge, like, with that, like, I don't know how many Airbnbs are in Brattleboro. I don't know what the revenue is, but that is, to that point, it's sort of where I got the idea, because I was very tuned into that conversation over in the Deerfield Valley of how that all played out, and it, they are trying to mitigate some of that.
I do know that the housing study that was conducted by the town several years ago did discuss, an estimate of not only how many Airbnbs there were in town, but whether they were taking away housing from people and so forth. So when that discussion happens, revisiting that report would be appropriate.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. I did forget about that.
Yeah, and also, already the state of Vermont takes an additional 3% from Airbnb revenue. And that was adjusted, the legislature approved that last year. So we just need to see more of that coming down our way. But it's not a bad idea.
Yes.
It wouldn't be more than probably a 1%. You already have 3% the state is getting in addition to rooms and meals tax on Airbnb specifically, not hotels. So if it was a municipal one, I would say, maybe 1 extra % would be appropriate.
And that sounds like it's a legislative thing.
Is it?
We'd
That
have
was
to get
another one of my
permission.
concerns.
Well, if they
I don't
did it
know
as
if
an
we'd have
ordinance.
to have it, if oh, so like our 1% option tax is a legislative thing? Yeah, so it probably would be, had
But
to
we-
be approved by the
We
state.
could, there's probably a factual answer
Well,
to that.
certainly exploring it would be appropriate.
And if you want to talk to Joe Meyer, you should do it before he retires, which he has been threatening to do. He hasn't done it yet, so.
Who do we have on Zoom?
We have Bethany Rehnquist.
Oh.
Bethany.
Some of the geography. No, that's
Unmuted. Okay, great. I just needed to jump on to speak up, I guess, a little bit in defense of my kid, but also out of a little bit of frustration. So my daughter was in earlier trying to talk about the library. She wanted to do it before she had to go home and do homework. And she was interrupted and cut off and told to chill out in her concerns about cutting for the library, and told that there was not going to be any cuts to the library. And now I'm standing, my hand has been up for a while, so I apologize that this is not germane to revenue, but I did have it up when you guys were having the conversation about Isaac's concept. Which is that then if we're looking at asking John Potter to go back and look at cutting that $300,000-ish and across all departments, several of you mentioned the library in that conversation, which was directly related to what my daughter was trying to talk about. And a couple of you even said, yeah, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table. So I just want to voice that she left feeling very discouraged by the way that she was spoken to and treated when she was trying to speak up for something that was really important to her. And also, those of you that said that you're not doing anything to cut the library, we're not actually factual in that if we're looking at cuts everywhere. So my point in this whole entire thing is please allow people who are talking about things that are important to them to talk about them without interrupting, not telling them to chill out on something that is deeply important. And also maybe not saying we're not going to cut something and then an hour later talk about the possibility that's going to get cut. Before we even walked out to leave, the town manager said, well, I got to tell you that if we're looking at these cuts, some of that might be the library. So it was unnecessary to cut her off, is my point. So yeah, I can hear you're about to cut me off, so I'll stop myself. Thank you very much for listening to what I had to say. When our kids are participating in democracy, it's really important that we allow them the voice to do so. Thank you.
Bethany, I apologize to your daughter. The point that I was trying to convey was that we heard all of the many comments, and we heard Ray the previous evening, and that her point that library hours were important not to cut was heard. And so basically I was telling her in my own feeble way that we heard her. And so I apologize. I did not mean to silence her voice. My point was that her voice had already been heard and registered as all the other many people who have talked about the library. Now, I don't know what John intended, and we will ask John, but I would imagine that if he's talking about the library, he's not talking about hours.
I will talk about that tomorrow and try to figure out what the possibilities are, so.
You know, and then again, you know, we're revisiting a lot of things that we thought were settled, and we're settling a lot of things that I'm sure we're going to revisit. Anyone else have any comment? Who? Bethany? You get the last word.
I don't need necessarily. What I just wanted to say in response to that is I hear what you're saying. And also, because you cut her off, you didn't hear the rest of what she wanted to say, which was actually new items that she did not say the other night. And she didn't get a chance to finish saying what she needed to, which was not just about hours for the library, because she was cut off in what she was saying. So you assumed you knew what she was saying or what she was going to say, and cut off what she had the opportunity to say, which would have been directly related to the conversation that you guys have just had. So I guess I'm just asking that instead of assuming that you know what your constituents are saying, maybe be able to hear what they're saying and give them their time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And all I can say is that the time that she was speaking, I was confident that the library was off the table. My confidence has been shaken. Does anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
You had one other
Yeah, there was one
item
other
of
item.
business.
Hoi. What
Warning
might
the
that
RTM.
be?
Warning the RTM, and
Oh,
I think
okay.
you should probably discuss that.
Okay, let's warn the RTM. Do we have language of warning of the RTM?
Well, so the only thing to discuss is, we put this on before the budget changes came up. Do we, and we can certainly warn it and go another meeting or two longer than we want. Are we feeling good that we'll be able to make the 27th with the draft?
I think we're feeling good because we have to.
Oh, because, I mean, we could push the meeting back into June. It's not like we can warn two before July 1st anyway, as we've discussed. Work has already gone into the 27th, so that would be a cost, but I just wanted to raise it. We would be sort of locking ourselves into finishing a draft budget. I think, John, you said it would have to get printed at least like the week before the info session.
I think that's probably the
So
latest.
we'd be talking about being done like the week of the 14th at the very latest, and just wanted to make sure we can, Amanda can.
We can do
I feel
it.
good about
No
that.
days off, Oscar. No days off.
5 days a week?
No, I said.
I want to know from the town staff that's going to have to do crunching these numbers, putting forth a new proposed budget, and who's administering all this work, basically the town manager and town clerk. Like, is this a realistic timeline for you?
Oh, it's up to the board. I think it is realistic. It certainly was a lot of work to coordinate this date, and to start looking for other dates and getting everyone lined up is a lot of extra work. So if you all think you can hit this kind of a schedule that we discussed before, then we'll do the best we can to support you in that.
I'm good with that. I just wanted to ask the question.
All right. I want to make a friendly amendment to this warning, and ask, based on feedback that I heard from the public and from a couple of conversations up here, is to add in an overflow date. You know how on our RTM, like at least a couple of years ago, it was scheduled for Saturday and Sunday, so that if by any chance we didn't get it done Saturday, we would continue the next day. Is that something does that have to be warned? And if so, can we put it in, or can you just, you know what I'm saying?
My suggestion would be just to do that in the meeting. You can continue it to a known time and place if you need to at the meeting itself.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I think it was at the last meeting that ran into a Sunday, and that decision was made on the floor.
Okay, last question. I just realized this would be we are locking in the articles on the warning, is that right?
Yes, this would approve the warning articles. There's two.
Which is just the budget question and other business. But this would be our chance if we wanted to put something more creative on the warning, like, hey, here's the budget, and also here's this secondary choice that you can take.
Couldn't we do that next Tuesday as well?
No, we'll warn this. If you warn this tonight,
Yeah.
we'll post it and get it all out there.
Okay.
So yes, Oscar's right. If you want,
And I'm not sure there's been a ton of energy around that, but that's where we could say, here's the budget, and here's this really controversial part, which you can do up or down as a separate article. So we'd be losing that opportunity, but maybe that's fine.
Well, that's a good point, Oscar, but I don't think we're ready to decide that. Yes, John?
So the meeting would start at 6:30 on Tuesday, May 27th. I don't know what kind of timeline you're thinking, Oscar, for Article 1, but, if you're seeing a meeting go to, maybe it goes to 11:30 or something, that's like 5 hours. If anything else you add adds
Oh,
to
sure.
that timeline, and, you know, just.
And I don't have a proposal, it's just something we talked about, and if we vote now, we're locking this in. So I just wanted to make sure we were all good with that.
You know, this is gonna be a heavy lift, so I don't, like, me personally, I just kind of want to focus on this, because it's been so much fun.
That's fine with me.
So, all right. So, can we?
Motion.
Motion to, do we have that?
I move,
Go ahead.
okay. I move to warn, or to ask the town manager to,
Here, there's a sample if you want it.
you want me to use the sample?
You don't have to.
I can barely see anymore. Okay. I move to approve the warning for special representative town meeting as presented on May 27th, 2025.
Great. Amanda has moved to approve the warning for special representative town meeting as presented. All select board members in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
That passed 5-0.
No other business.
There is no other business.
All right, I'll motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Peter has moved to adjourn. All select board members in favor of that, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Great work, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for getting us through that.
Where do I live?
Tell me about it.
The other night,
I'm looking at a nice little bungalow in Guilford, I'll tell you that much. I mean, it's certainly,
Peter knows this.
pretty good,
Isaac,